I'm surrounded, but the echo feels so empty. I've made my way through caves and this place feels the same to me. Why can't I hold on to the visions that you left behind? Why can't I take off and see you on the other side? It's been a long ride and I'm thinking of you all the time, but I've got a feeling that I'll find you where we last said goodbye. It's been a long time since we held our hands to the sky, keeping the dream alive. I'll go and search for you tonight. And I'll give it my all till I find you, and give you my all when you're here. When we finally realize that we've been learning to fly, we'll have already reached the edge of the atmosphere. It's been a long ride and I'm thinking of you all the time, but I've got a feeling that I'll find you where we last said goodbye. It's been a long time since we held our hands to the sky, keeping the dream alive. I'll go and search for you tonight. And I'll give it my all till I find you, give you my all when you're here. I'll give it my all till I find you, then give you my all when you're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 of the group stages for the 303 Royale. I'm joined by the one and only Matcham. And Matcham, tell me, did you get a chance to watch the games yesterday? Any thoughts on the teams that are taking part? Any that really caught your eye?
Well, it's a continuation on a lot of the things that we were looking at that were going on in DreamHack. Seeing Latin America come inside, having North America, and naturally we have the PGI.S players that are back over in Korea right now. It's kind of like this melting pot of up-and-coming teams, and the way that we're looking at it, I think that we're in for a treat through the entirety of this qualifying process to see who's really going to rise to be the cream of the crop when everybody is kind of gone at Korea at the time.
Yep, and that is one awesome opportunity in the fact that we had the open qualifiers as well, so the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers were able to move on. We're going to see quite a few of them taking part today. But one aspect that me and D-Rich touched on yesterday that I'd love to get your take on as someone who got to cast the DreamHack events, you got to see all of those teams. How do you feel like the OS factor is kind of going to affect this lobby and whether those teams are maybe going to throw a spanner in the works here?
Well, there's a lot to look at whenever you're trying to measure out specifically all of the different strengths that we're looking at when we're looking at how everything is kind of merging together, for lack of a better term, right now. I know that there's the hashtag merge that's going on right now, and I know a lot of people are in firm support of it. Whenever we're looking at these two different regions coming through, we're looking at combinations of play styles. We're looking at specifically like every region has had powerhouses that have kind of existed inside the past and made their way through. I mean, a lot of these guys I casted way back in the Broadcaster Royale stuff that was going on, over 2 years ago now? God, I'm starting to feel old. But just to see how all of these different regions have kind of developed their own sub-metas and styles of play, and then to see each team and how they influence on top of that has been kind of my takeaway from watching it. Naturally, there's the star players, there's the star influencers that are going to be a big factor for that. But, I mean, whenever you're looking at a battle royale, it's always about how each different team and each different region, for that matter, approach how to survive and get those points on the board. And so whenever we're watching these different regions stack up against each other, it's not just a clash of, I guess, teams and strengths. It's almost a match of willpower in some cases as well.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that shown by a lot of the teams that have kind of come from the open qualifiers. Yesterday really surprised us. But while we speaking on that, why don't we take a look over at the leaderboards from yesterday and see exactly how everything unfolded with Group A versus Group B. Just a reminder, tonight is going to be Group B versus Group C, followed by tomorrow, which is Group C versus Group A. And I mean, looking over at the leaderboards from yesterday, I don't think anyone's surprised to see Fury near the very top of the leaderboards, actually taking that first place so far.
I mean, Fury has been they're just fun to watch whenever you watch this team, for lack of a better term. There's a lot of control. I mean, there's still a couple of small missteps that are happening here and there, and that's why you do have Guadalajara gas cans that are charging up right back behind them. But it's the way that Fury approaches the game I really enjoy to see, especially now that we're also starting to see, whenever you look at gas cans, who's right back behind them on the leaderboard, sometimes gas cans are an aggressive team, but other times they're far more tactical in their approach. And I think that's kind of one of the reasons why it's hard to get a read on how the gas cans play, is they're very aware of the opportunities that can around them and how the circles influence where they're at and how to take advantage of it. So while yes, I love to see the gas cans go and crash onto a team and go for those early kill points, that's not going to be something that you're always going to see, because it is always based off of, I guess, win conditions and risk reward more than it is let's just go crash them because we know we can kill them.
Yeah, and I mean, they are such a strong squad in that regard that they've it felt like at the beginning they were super aggressive. They really wanted to be constantly taking fights, but it feels like recently they have become slightly more reserved in their playstyle. They are taking a step back to kind of think of things, and I think their new pickups, Adam it's just Adam is the new pickup, I believe, has made a huge impact on that, because he is such a seasoned player. He took a little bit of time away, now he's back, and he's just, I feel like bringing a really experienced player into that squad has made a huge impact on them.
Well, it's kind of weird whenever you talk about Adam, because yes, he wasn't necessarily like, he's been an evolved player for quite a while, so it's weird to say for him to go away, because he was still technically part of the scene. He was still like being involved in stuff that was going on. But I 100% agree. It's great to see him back, getting down, getting back behind the keyboard and mouse, and really showing up for his team right now. A couple other things that I would also note from this is seeing teams like Illusion, Enigma, Comets, Tactical 8. I mean, these we talked about the opportunities for a lot of the teams and the capabilities naturally, since who's going to rise up, since we do have the PGI.S that's starting to build up. I really am surprised to see like teams like Kresh back down towards the bottom. I thought that they were doing quite well leading in. Dodge being this low on leaderboard, also quite surprising to me.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not count out Kresh. It is their second day of playing today, so this could kind of be their opportunity to work their way all the way up that leaderboard, because I mean, a third of the teams, I should say, are yet to play a game. They're some of the teams that we're going to be seeing tonight, and as we do hop over to tonight's leaderboard, we'll be able to see a complete run through of all the teams and some really strong teams that we are yet to see play in this 303 Royale. I mean, ATC, one of those teams I'm going to be looking out for, rocking Light Show on the roster right now, which is an exciting one to look at.
I mean, dude, I love me some Light Show. Let's be real. He's been part of the scene for forever. And we keep seeing a consistent improvement come out from Light Show. And that's not to say anything about his previous performances by any regards or anything along those lines. But we're starting to see him come into his own as a player a lot more and really just be able to establish, I guess, the star moments. They're not entirely consistent yet, but you do see these moments whenever he can step up and he can go for 3 kills, and you're starting to see him have more confidence in that play style. And I can't wait, and I hope that an event like this, we do get to see more of Light Show and the peaks that he can continue to rise to.
Yeah, and I think with such a strong roster like ATC, he's definitely going to have that chance to shine. Another strong roster I do want to kind of take a look over at is actually the team right next to them in the lobby right now. It's going to be Team Bliss. They're the only OC team that are playing tonight. Currently basically ranked second in OC after Fury. And I mean, Fury out there in first. I'd love to see how Bliss end up performing, seeing if they can maybe get into the top 8 of this group tonight.
Well, I mean, whenever we're looking at anything coming over from Oceania, Australia, however you want to define it, OCE, all that other stuff, in North America, there's kind of a running joke about the fact that we're pretty good about importing in some of their good players over there. So it's good to see the teams coming in and really just fighting for a lot of dominance, like you were referencing in Fury a second ago. Another team that I have my eye on is going to be Veritas. Whenever we're looking at Veritas, I would like to see them uncoupled a little bit more. We kept seeing a lot of very good strategic movement for them and a lot of very late fights and victories coming out where they walked away with round wins. In a situation like this, I'm very curious to see how Veritas is going to perform and if they're going to be a little bit more, I guess, flexing their muscles, or if they're going to be kind of trying to get a feel for what's going on in the lobby, because there's 2 different approaches coming into like matching up against an entirely new lobby. It's okay, let's see how everybody moves, let's monitor everything, let's get a feel for how everything's happening. And then there's the other mindset of let's just try to assert our dominance and make everybody kind of react to us, which does tend to give you the wins if you can back it up with the firepower.
Well, you know what? I personally saw Veritas playing in PSL the other day. It's awesome to see that teams are taking these open qualifiers from different events to try and get them prepped. They're taking every opportunity, and I really respect Veritas for doing that. And we've seen they've had a really strong performance in just last week in PSL. I'd love to see how that ends up transferring over to Royale, playing against a lot of teams that actually qualified from open qualifiers. But it is time to hop into our first game of the evening. It's going to be a wrangle. We are running 3 Erangel tonight and 2 Miramar, 5 games overall. And any thoughts on this initial playing match?
Oh, hold on, I was getting everything situated. Oh, a Promorse de Stolber. If anybody has watched any form of PUBG where I've casted before, you know I have this spot in my heart for Stolber circles. I love to watch how teams have to deal specifically with the mountainside and the fighting just going all the way up to the different flatlands and the hills as they make their way through. Maybe we have the potential for that, but whenever we look at this, I don't know. Everybody knows I tend to be a little bit more cruel chunks, and I like to see like the players kind of have to struggle a little bit and show how great they are to overcome the obstacles that a circle can provide. But there is something to be said for whenever we're looking at 2 groups combating each other, making the first circle a little bit more polite and giving us a little bit more of a centralized circle.
Yep, and you know what? I have to back you up there. Those horrible circles that teams struggle to play, they're always the best. We saw 2 different melee circles yesterday. Teams were fighting left, right, and center. It was so much fun to watch. But we should point out as well, a lot of these teams haven't played against each other, so there is the possibility that drop spots could end up clashing. So that they do have like a team drop spot channel where teams are able to say, look, we're going to be dropping here, but that's not to stop anyone from engaging. As we do see Jazza here from Veritas, he's going to be landing down and already trying to go for the roadkill on towards Casa Grande. Doesn't quite land it as he does get lit up from behind. So Veritas going to be safe for the time being, but Systematicos actually going to run over their own teammate here.
Hey, that happens sometimes, and in my experience, it's always the person that's driving's fault, and that's the rule I live with. Whenever I get run over, it's not my fault. It's the other people's. Now, I do want to also point out, while we're starting to get a little bit of confrontations going on with vehicles kind of going back and forth, people picking up their teammates, we did have the circle pop. It's back over towards the northwest, still has Zarky inside of it, and a ton of water. Not just up towards the north, we still have the river that's running back over there next to Razak, and we still have the Georgia Pool Bay that is still in play.
Yeah, and we actually saw a very similar circle twice, actually, over in the qualifiers, and we ended up kind of getting a North George Zarky field finish, which was super fun to watch. So I'm definitely keeping my fingers crossed for that. But I mean, it's surprisingly not really many hot drops going to come out here. I think that drop spot channel the teams entered is going to be kind of a useful one. But teams like ATC and Just Too Easy are going to be in a really good position going into this circle, actually getting themselves some priority on where they want to play inside that zone.
There's a lot of options whenever you look at a circle like this. Like, let's say you make the assumption that it could go back over towards the north of Georgia Pool. There's those fields over there. You can set up along the buildings either towards the north or the eastern areas to try to cordon off that area. There's the hillsides. It looks like that's where ATC is starting to stretch their way back out towards, and that's where they sent Light Show over to the, I guess, the famous building that's down in that building complex that's right in the middle of the valley there, where you can end up getting some safety, but you got to watch the hills that are back over towards the northwest from that position. Really, what we're going to be kind of having to keep an eye on is the potential for bridge camps across the river. Sure, you can make a long rotation back over next to Stolber, but with the circle set up the way that it is, it could lead to a couple of micro conditions where we see teams kind of posting up and catching late rotators, or maybe even early rotators, to see if maybe they can get a couple of kills, as people have to now be forced either to go through bridges or take a long, meandering path back over towards the east and go around Stolber.
And that definitely feels like something we've seen a lot, specifically from teams like T8. They are a Rozhok team. They have priority onto all of these bridges here, and they've definitely picked up some big kills on towards that rotate. And one of those teams that's kind of been punished for that is definitely Systematicos, which is why we see them moving up towards kind of Watertown area early, getting ready to get across those bridges nice and early. Nightly going to be doing the same, landing over towards George Paul Crates, but they have 2 players inside this vehicle now. Duel going to be pulling up behind, keeping a little bit of distance, but when you have 2 players inside those vehicles with that kind of seat swap meta that we've got going on right now, we could end up seeing some very, very messy rotations, as Fry's already going for the spray on towards Wooly right now.
Calling it messy. I'm calling it power moves right now. Duel's having to give a little bit more space back over there. You can see NE does make their approach back over towards the north. Light Show did move from that position just a second ago, so he's made his way a little bit further north, and they might be able to claim the position that he was just exploring at, depending on if they decide to make their way back over next to the plane wreckage that's going to be towards the east, or maybe just continue to cut a path back over to where we can see one of the Just players. I believe it's Kodiak that's over there. It's going to be holding down position. Crash is going to be coming in right back behind Duel's position as well. Looks like Duel's going to maybe set up, take a couple of defensive shots back over this direction. While this has been going on, ATC back over the west is starting to make a rotation of their own, and Trap is coming in back behind them. So you got to be a little bit careful when you're going for those seat swaps as you're making your way uphill. That is going to lose you a little bit of that momentum. But it looks like it's back over towards the west chunks where everybody is trying to make their play. Rotations galore are all passing right next to Georgia Pool in the quad section.
Teams all on top of each other right now, as Duel going to be moving in towards some hard cover. They've taken a lot of damage over on this rotate. Nightly up on the north, looking like they potentially want to challenge Crash over on the east as well. Not to forget ATC, they sent a player in early. They're also making the rotate, and it looks like they want to pull up on top of this hill, so Duel could be in a bit of a rough position now. But Fry's here with the drive-by on towards King. Nice knock on towards a Crash, and Nightly, they had a very rough day yesterday. They're definitely looking to try and change that as more shots shots landing from Fries over on towards those players in the vehicles, but Light Show just playing so slowly up on this ridge. He could potentially ruin their day right here if they're not expecting him.
This is what I was talking about, Chunks. You got to assert a little bit of dominance and make people play around the way you're wanting the game to go. Right now, we have, from what I can see, at least 5, maybe even 6 teams as they're making the approach, all playing around this valley right now. You can see vehicles are just rotating around every single corridor. ATC has the high ground control location, though, and it is a bloodbath down in this compound. Duel is just getting a ton of shots thrown back over there to Wave. You can see Bliss trying to make the approach back over, and Duel is the first team to go down.
And Duel, one of those really strong teams that we thought coming into this. They had an amazing day yesterday, and Bliss were just able to take advantage of that mess going on all around the compound between 4 different teams. They capitalized on it, and some big kills coming out. They did lose Textiles. They are going to be playing as a 2-man for the remainder of the game, but they have hard cover. They're deep inside zone. I mean, they're not in a terrible position, and there's plenty of teams that are going to have a much harder time getting in than them.
There's a lot of little awkward skirmishes that are going on. It has calmed down with the death of Duel coming to be the deciding factor for it. Looks like a couple of shots going to go back over, and T8's going to find themselves a quick kill. They're going to go for a near-on instant flush after that. There is a team that's going to be driving around the outside of it, and I think that's going to be Old Times making their approach around there, and yes, indeed it is. Most of our teams have started to make a settle back over towards, I guess, more along the coastline, a more northern positioning, moving away from the river back down towards the south, assuming that potentially a shift is going to move away from it at some given point in the future. Now then, whenever we're looking at this, though, we still have a couple of teams that have yet to make their approach. We still have SG off to the side, NEA, Dodge, Gas Cans, and I believe it's Fable that's coming back in over next to Georgia Pole. So whenever we're looking at this, we might see a couple of more contenders trying to make an approach, because this is prime real estate for a late game win. So that's why you see a lot of these teams right now jockeying for this position.
Yeah, we've seen teams specifically like Just Too Easy up on the northern side. They have held this position very well in circles similar to this right now, and they're going to be looking to try and frag out, sending players up onto that hill. But we do see a Crash here kind of forced to play the coastline, as every single compound they tried to get towards, shots are going to be taken out towards them. As also Trapalos going to be able to land some shots on towards King. Crash is going to be pulling up inside this dip for the time being. And actually Systematic goes down to the south, also going to be forced to make a rotate. Synergy here coming across that Yasnaya bridge with Enigma and Dodge, both kind of backfilling. So it looks like Synergy potentially going to get posted up on this hill to try and catch some of these teams on the rotate now.
Epilot finds himself as the first target, gets knocked as he's trying to make a play back over towards the top of the hill. That's going to be a quick drop coming out for them. Good control coming out from Synergy Esports, but coming up back behind this, there's going to be another team making the approach just towards the north, and might be a little enough of a distraction to allow Dodge to get out of this position. Going to be a couple more shots going back over towards them, and yes, here comes the covering fire coming back from the other direction, and an entirely different team that sees the capabilities to get a couple of shots back in towards it. See, Dan is down at the time, and it looks like repositions are going to start having to happen as it's Hello Senpai up there for Enigma, just raining in death and destruction, and there is nowhere for Synergy to go. They're just being forced to hop into vehicles, use early smokes, and just try to get some type of control and get their feet back underneath them.
Enigma, one of those teams we saw absolutely pop off yesterday. They are so kill hungry, and they are proving it right now, as they did get the opening knock on towards Synergy. That player was Reds. Later from long range, we'll be going for the third parties now. Hello Senpai just trying to cause a bit of a distraction with that vehicle by the sound of things, trying to distract Synergy as they're just forced into a very rough position. Dodge, they're going to be angry. They've already lost a player to Synergy now, so they're going to be down on the south. They're going to be posted up to try and engage as the nades coming in. It actually looks like Gas Cans down to the south also going to be starting to rotate in towards this fight. So we could potentially see 4 teams here playing on the very edge of zone just to be able to get across a bridge.
Yeah, and this is kind of the hint of what we were leading back into earlier. These bridge could be a contained point. You can see the new circle has popped. It's back over there next to shooting range, but really you can see it's gas cans, just like Chunks was talking about a second ago. You know, a little bit of a feel on what's going on, but this is turning absolutely terrible for Synergy. Down 2 members already. Doesn't look like they're going to get a chance to try to get the reses. They really want to try to, but the commitment coming out here to get these means the fact that they're going to be in a crossfire position between 3 different teams at the time. over towards the north, Enigma just keeps repositioning around them. You can see Leda from Dodge way across the way, still trying to rein in the damage, as well as Gascan still on that southern position, making a lot of trouble for them. Enigma starts to get a feel that this might be a little bit too much. So with the damage done, starts to retreat back away, and that might make it a little bit easier for the rest of the teams to try to reposition around this, as now the teams that are kind of forced out into the blue right now can find themselves with a little bit of breathing time.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of surprising here to see those teams up on the northern side still in the zone, but Gascan's here. They did kind of make a pull-up. Danny is going to be able to spot out Adam. Gets the knock out of the vehicle very quickly with that SLR. Impressive indeed. Gascan's, I mean, this is not the way they wanted to start today. They had strong games yesterday, but it feels like we spoke about this yesterday, how they can be kind of hit or miss, where they're picking up either 25-point games or 0-point games. And the way this is starting, it doesn't bode well for them if they carry on with that pattern.
Well, do remember the fact that Gascans is a military-based team, and even with the plane path taking, so they were coming into on this angle, hoping the fact that nobody was there, and instead find a massive firefight that is really stalling out the rotation. Looks like Dodge has finally had enough. They're starting to make their way back over towards that western bridge. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that rotation go through. Gascan's going to go ahead and go around the lake just to the west of Yasnaya. But that's an interesting situation we see going on over here. It has been a long time since I've seen two teams in Phase 2 holding on towards the northern cliffs. I'm having flashbacks to all the way back to PUBG Online days right now.
It takes you back to the good old days before any land ratio, any of that was added to the game, where we just saw those water circles that would go on for ages. And you know what? I love to see it because teams are just forced to play these tiny little ridges. No one can really make an aggressive push. And I mean, if they end up pulling it off, that would be huge. But for the time being, they just kind of have to take little aim battles right now. And there's always the possibility as well, just too easy down to the south. If they're able to get some high ground on that hill to their east, they could potentially do some big damage on towards this fight and try to connect with the third party, but it will be rough as we do see the zone starting to close in. Dodge and Gascans, they did disengage from each other, but neither of these teams really have a great position inside this circle right now. Both most likely gonna have to play some hillsides just to be able to scout in and see what's going on.
Yeah, right now there's a lot of little awkward situations. Should be noted that it looks like Veritas is holding down the center of shooting range, which is great for now. The problem comes into play is if you ever have to leave shooting range. Like the hills around it does have there's a lot of aggression points that you have to be very wary from. Naturally, just over towards the north of them, they do have T8 that's holding down that little bit of a bunker that's in position. Then there's the hillside towards the south of it. With all of the high ground looking back in, sure, this place has a ton of walls, whole bunch of defensive cover, but that high ground negates a lot of it. So Veritas staying inside circle, still keeping a little bit of that northern cliffside in. So if you're Old Times fan or Crash fan, they're still comfortable in their spot, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see them move. It's our southern team specifically back over towards, yet again, that eastern corridor where we saw that fighting that are going to have to figure out some way to deal with the next circle that's kind of approaching.
I mean, you mentioned the fact Kresh were going to have to move, and they decide to format a clown card into the Dacia. Just too easy, do take a couple shots, but nothing really landing. And the question is, what do Kresh play now? They don't really have any compounds to be able to work with, so it looks like they're kind of just going to crash a shack, really, and split out across this ridge. But this is just an absolute firing line. It's now just too easy, just laying down shots on towards Kresh's position.
This is complete damage control move. Whenever you're making a play like this, 4 people inside the clown car, like you were talking about, making a play back over towards the shack. You're surrendering a ton of information. You're going to have a hard time really defending the locations as it comes through. That's going to be a problem for them. But they do get territory that's pretty centered inside the circle, so hopefully they can use that time to get themselves in a little bit better of a position. Fable, though, making an aggressive play back over towards Bliss and going to go ahead and eliminate the last one of their members. So they're going to continue their track back over towards the north and might bump into Knightley, who's taking a couple of long-range shots back over towards ATC at the time.
Yeah, and it looks like Knightley, they did mention how they're trying to go with a slightly different style of play. It didn't work out too well yesterday. They didn't get any real big games, so they're going to be looking to try and add to this. We should point out as well that Morns has been subbed out for Nick, so they are playing with a slightly different roster. We'll see how that ends up affecting things, but we do see Hella here with a big spray over on towards Fries, as he's going to be going over that ridge. 2 HP, though. That was a close one there for Knightley, nearly losing a player. And ACC, they should hear these shots ring it out, knowing Knightley being third-partied. They should start to try and get a bit aggressive onto this and pick up some kills out of it.
but they can't really. Trap's back over towards the north. They have a sight line onto this as well. They're taking a couple of shots back over towards ATC and Nightly. So Nightly has now found themselves in a very clustered position. They know the fact that they need to try to make a push back over towards ATC. Luckily, Fable doesn't look like they want to push this, and I think that's smart on them. They can hear the other shots coming through. They know that this is a potentially third party. They don't know if there's a potential for a fourth party as well. So instead, bisect in, get inside the safe zone, and are now trying to make an aggressive play. A nice quick pickup coming in from back behind this is really going to save a little bit of the potential downfall is what was going to happen for Fable. Now the problem comes into play that Nightly has very little options ahead of them. Grenades are starting to rain in up above this, and look at the time to run back down the hillside trying to go for the res onto this. I believe there's only one member up now. It's going to be Nick hanging out for Nightly. Not a lot of options, but inside the safe zone, and probably just going to try to hunker down. Looks like Vision is going to favor back over, but I think he might be able to use the hillside to get himself enough cover to maybe find himself a dip to hide in for now. But this is bad for them as the circle's going to shift yet again towards the center.
Yeah, I mean, Nick, he should be able to get some cover from ATC, but he's going to be forced to move in a couple seconds when this zone starts to move in. And also Astrapalos up on the northern side are also going to be hitting him from a side angle. We did see a big fight over on that eastern side coming out from Gascans and Enigma, trading 1-for-1 for pretty much 3 minutes, but unfortunately, Gascans, they just weren't able to clean it up. Enigma have been, you know, these small close fights have just been insane for them recently. As we do see Fable now, Greg's shot going to open up on towards Marcelic. He preps the nade over towards Norgis. We'll see if it can land. It's going to be a close one, but it's a little bit too far off the bounce. ATC with 4 kills already. They got the knock on towards Hella, but Innate going to be trading that out. The new pickup for Fable as they start to get more and more aggressive here. They realize ATC have players down, but Dodge with the third party. Light Show picks up the knock, and this is not looking good for Fable as Greg's going to be the last one standing.
Well, there's also Dodge that's taking a look back over this direction. Nightly's Nick is trying to use this opportunity to sneak his way by, but there's not a lot of good options. Trap is kind of pulled away from this. They're keeping an ear out on what's happening, but have already made a move back over towards Circle. So any trolls in chat, while they do have a little bit of breathing room to work with, you can see it's just slowly being dismantled by all these other teams that are just encroaching in on the angle. Fable thought that they had the inside track for it, but Dodge is going to find enough damage to take them down, and it's going to be ATC that does manage to survive through this. They are going to get back over right next to the edge of the zone, but Dodge is going to have to be a little bit more cautious as they have information that Nightly is still back behind this. Nick's trying to make his way up the hillside, and he's got vision galore. Everybody's looking back over towards him, and there's not a lot of options. Nightly's hopes and dreams rest on him right now to try to survive and see if maybe he can pick up some type of points for his team.
Yeah, we did see Nick. He managed to get a knock over towards Fable, picking up a point there for them. But ATC are just cooking up a storm right now, taking down 2 from us. Astrapalos, a Kresh with the third party, as now Norkis and Light Show are going to be left standing to try and finish the job. They're not quite inside zone. And also Astrapalos, they still have a player up to the north. It's going to be Kovad. He just wants to make the drive in to try and get to cover. But Old Time's doing so much damage on towards that position, and he will be going down. Norkis picks up the kill, and ATC with some big kills already. Down goes Astrapalos, and Nick here with only bandages on 4 HP. Not for long. Later with the one tap. Dodge picking up 4 kills already, and still only 10 teams alive this early in the game.
The dream. He thought that he had made it. He found his safety, goes back around the corner, gets shot up right there. So could you be noted right now that Kresh did also make a move back down towards the center, left their shot, getting more control back over towards it. Systematicos starting to make a little bit more of a play back over towards the south. They're having to contend with 2 different teams, though, as it's going to be T8 back off in position. And don't forget about Veritas. It's coming back in towards the east. With all the edge fighting that's been happening right on the sides of the, or I guess the edges of the circle, you have to be, we've been seeing so much violence, and that leads into those team kills that we're talking about. 10 teams right now kind of be holding this up right now, trying to get a little bit more positions away from this. So now Veritas starting to sweep back in. You can see using the low ground positions, trying to come up right back behind Systematicos. So they might be able to find these rocks and find an angle to work with. It's all about the vision and the control that's coming out. Do note the fact that one of their players is really far back, really holding back on the other edge of this for Systematicos, back over towards the south by quite a ways, almost 700 meters or so. It looks like Veritas is finally starting to find the angle for it.
Yeah, we're going to hop in with Veritas real quick and see how this fight is unfolding from their point of view.
You guys need to push that. There's another guy out there. Yo, on orange.
People north of us.
Yeah,
I'm up one.
Oh, you know,
Shock shooting me. I need to smoke myself.
Yeah.
I can maybe smoke Shack off so he can't see you.
I'm working towards Shack now.
Right. I'm going
Where's the
low right.
guys?
Dietrich to push with them.
Headshot in Shack, knocked in Shack, knocked in Shack.
Okay,
Nice.
let's push this team. There's dog shit, guys.
Yeah,
I've
they're
got a knock
already
on
two
Plymouth.
knocked.
It dies
There was
second.
another one on this close tree where you knocked that guy,
He's
Dietrich.
behind the Shack, behind the Shack.
Okay,
Behind Shack,
let's
last guy
push
behind
this, let's
Shack.
push this.
Let's push.
Was there not a guy in these smokes? I thought
He's
there
in the
was.
Shack now, in the Shack resing, in Shack resing.
I'm gonna go molly
two
it.
needs.
I
We're
have two
exposed to
needs as
northeast,
well.
boys. Blue mark. Blue
Yeah,
mark.
come up to us, Mike. Come up to us,
Yeah,
Mike.
I'm
It's
good.
full
I'm
safe.
good.
I'm
Yeah,
needing
I'll
now.
stay
Behind us, behind us.
There's a line down yellow here. So,
Behind the Shack, boys. I'm not from behind the Shack.
I'm nading.
take your time. You got loads of time.
Give me a tip.
Drop two.
I'm safe in
Third team pulling up blue line.
Team pull up below us.
Heard.
Different team.
I'm getting Dietrich's. What about the guy behind us?
Don't know. I'm smoking myself off a bit. He's still
Behind us is not in.
He's getting shot from above.
Guy's shooting me.
Guy on me.
Two different teams on blue and yellow.
These guys are trying to push me from my side.
Can you smoke the Shack off, boys?
Knock on
Yeah.
check, knock on check.
Outside Shack, left side.
One's far. There's only
Big
one
team.
more on shack right now.
I'm on it.
You gotta
Knock
just
one
take
beside me.
that guy, Dietrich's.
Different team.
He's resing in check, resing in check.
Kill my team.
Oh my
On
guys.
In check.
Front of the Shack. Fucking smokes.
He has a knock in there. Kara, his teammates to your west, dude. Guys, yeah.
An unfortunate push coming out there from Veritas as they had such a rough position to be able to really work it into the zone. They had a long way to get into that white area, but I mean, Steezy now, he wants to third party onto this. He knows Systematicos have player around here. He just doesn't know where there's going to be a one inside that shack as that Zero peeks out, takes down Detonator. Steezy returns the fire, no ammo left in his gun, as now Ribeiro with the nades coming over the top. He wants to try and finish the job. It's down to a 1v1. Steezy has the info. Neither of these players inside the zone. Steezy getting tagged up, goes for the first aid, but the third party from Just Too Easy cleans up the fight, and down goes Steezy. Tactical 8 out in 7th now.
The cost was high. There were a ton of teams that died back over towards the southeast, but Crash still holding back over towards the center, surviving somehow. We thought that they were in a terrible position, but buying more time and space for themselves. Right now you can see the fact that they're still playing along these hillsides, doing a good job of kind of controlling everybody out. But do note, Old Times back over towards the north has a huge section of the circle that is all towards their own. The teams that are kind of limping in from the west, you can see that it's going to be Dodge down to just 2 members at the time. ATC only having 1, with Norkeys trying to kind of make a little bit of a play right next to the edge of the circle by saying, I'm trying to make a play, just trying to survive, really. He's kind of hunkered down. I think he might even be laying down back behind that vehicle over there. Back over towards the east, we do have Just that's trying to make a little bit more of a controlled play, encroaching in towards the northern section for that. But Kresh is really the one that's having to contend with a lot of different approaches. You can see rolling back down the hillside. Gotta be careful of that tree as Systematicos does get eliminated. But revealing position is going to allow Dodge to get a couple of shots back over towards this. Maybe give them enough to try to make a little bit of a play back down the hillside. But no, it's going to be Old Times back over towards the north. They're going to continue to rain in damage back over towards Norkeys, take down ATC, and that puts us in our top 4.
Yeah, ATC, unfortunately, Nork is not going to be able to make it into zone. We do see Dodge here. They tried to split out. Remember, they are only a 2-man right now, so they're going to need to make something big happen, and Finna going down is not going to be very useful to that. Kresh have been able to get the knock as Danny G looking like he wants to try and rotate back a little just to cover their backside, as I think they heard the vehicles coming in from Old Times. But Old Times now, they have this high ground. They still have a vehicle left standing, so they might be able to hold this for the time being, and depending on how this circle shifts, they should be able to send that vehicle in and get themselves, or at least make themselves some cover.
The big factor coming in is how Old Times is now running the 2-2 split. They've got a little bit of control back over Dodge's direction. You can see Zera starting to make a play back over. They're going to go ahead and take down Danny G. That removes them as a factor to look at. So now Kresh holding back over towards the south, just back over towards the east. And now kind of towards the north and the west is going to be Old Times. With everything going on, Kresh does find themselves in the center, but there is that hillside that's kind of working up and is kind of the dividing line between all of these teams at the time. We're looking at how Old Times kind of approach this. You can see that they're stretching out kind of on different quadrants. They're kind of stretching out back over towards the south. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Lekro starts making a play back over towards the northern part of the new safe zone right now to buy a little bit more space. But look at Crash back down towards the south. With that massive split, if one of their players goes down, it's going to be an absolute catastrophe for them. So instead, they're relying on the sheer firepower of their aim, and they're going to try to take on anybody that makes an approach back into the squadron.
Yeah, just too easy. Also going to be flexing out over on the eastern side. They did kind of get a bit of favorability with the zone. They do have themselves a bit of a ridge to play, but it's certainly not going to be an easy one, especially with, I mean, 3 extremely strong teams. I should probably point out as well, 3 LATAM teams as well. This is going to be an awesome fight for any LATAM viewers watching.
Ooh.
But I mean, Gazera with a nice shot on towards Lekro. Big knock coming out. This is going to open up old times now. As Selfish going to hop out of that vehicle. It looks like just too easy. Want to go for the third party up. This is more and more shots landing underneath the UAS from Gazera. Takes down Selfish. 1 player left up. Now it's going to be Execs, and you have to worry, especially with just too easy moving in from the eastern side now, trying to get an angle.
We talked about the firepower these guys bring and their confidence in it. Just holding down everything back over towards the west. It's going to be Gazera just raining in damage back over towards Old Times. Old Times thought that they had themselves a nice controlled position. But while all of this is going on, Just is making the play back over towards the east and is getting more and more control back over towards this. You can see back over towards the north, there's a player creeping all the way back over right next to Old Times' position. Execs tries to make the run back over there, trying to go for the res. But look at the slow creep coming in back over towards this angle. There is so much of the circle that is now controlled by Just Too Easy. They can kind of look, get a feel for what's going on, and they've been listening to the firefights and moving counter to that. The only thing about it is Just still has 2 of their members back over there next to the zone wall. They need to start trying to move in and really take a little bit more control over the zone. They had the angles for it beforehand. The res trying to come through, not gonna happen, as again, it looks like the last member of Old Times in a terrible position. 2 different angles of aggression coming back over towards them. And is it gonna be an approach coming through? It looks like Gazera says, nope, that might be a little bit too much. Instead, we'll just let him hang back and be a distraction for the other team.
Crash now refocusing their fire over on towards Just Too Easy as they start to flex out. They know there's still one Old Times players up here as he just spot out Exec Song Shing, one of our top fraggers from the qualifiers, starting to come alive now, picking up a big kill for them here as they will eliminate Old Times. A Crash now on the edge of zone, have the low ground. Let's see if Just Too Easy are going to be able to clean this up as they just carefully play behind these trees, not wanting to overextend. They realize that Crash probably have a wide split right now. If one of these players gets caught out, they're going to be caught in the crossfire. There's a huge nade landing on towards Nidium, takes him down to 1 HP. Song Shing going to be forced to move back to try and provide some cover, but a Crash, they're working as a team so well. The bombing zone coming out onto that shack. They have an idea a player's going to be up here, but Kodiak with the big shots over on towards Gazera can't quite land as he preps the nade. Going to try and land it over the ridge, but for the time being, nothing quite connecting as both teams inside the zone. This is going to become a bit of a stalemate for the time being.
Zera was trying to make a play back over towards the west. Kodiak really stopped it, but using the opportunity as everybody from Just Too Easy looking back over towards Zera does open up repositions coming out from VHZ as well as Kishin. So now with the reposition, you can see it's kind of got a dividing line right across this hill. 3 on 3. Both sides trying to line up, get a measure of repositions, but it's all going to be about these first couple of shots. Once you take those shots, reveal position, that's going to open up the entirety of the counter moves in the firefight. Off in the distance, you can see Kodak just kind of creeping back up against the wall. Looks like he might be trying to make a little bit of a play, clear out, make sure nobody's making an approach back over there. But whenever we're starting to see a little bit more of a centered push coming out from a Crash, they're starting to group back up, and then it looks like they might just try to bully their way back over. I believe that this might even be the center point, the shack that they originally came to, and I'm not 100% certain, but it looks like that may be the case. So really, all of Crash kind of hinging around this position that they've been holding down for quite some time.
Yeah, and I mean, I love endings like this where there's pretty much no cover. Teams are forced to just play a ridge on either side, and then there's just kind of one bit of hard cover. The question is, do the teams decide to just send one player in? But Song Shing now, he's going to be able to connect on towards Gazera, also returning fire on towards other members from a Crash now. Kaishin trying to land the shots, preps the nade. He knows Song Shing's behind that tree, but Nidium with the shots from the side angle connecting on towards him. Viz King, sorry, going to be returning the fire qualify on towards Nidium, as now it looks like just too easy, deciding to use the hard cover off the Shack's their advantage. Song Xing down to 2 HP as their Fresh just refocus the fire on towards just too easy. Nidium goes down, Kodak as well. Song Xing, a final player left up. He fragged out in the qualifiers. Can he carry it over? He's low HP, takes down 1. 2 players left up from a Crash now. This could be a huge play from Song Xing as he gets the opportunity to pop that first aid. 12 bullets in his gun as he goes for the reload. That 3x barrel can be so powerful, but deciding to switch it to the 6x. The pre-fire coming out on towards the tree, but it's not going to be enough as a Crash picking up a 12-kill chicken dinner.
The reposition coming out from Just, they were trying to make the play back over there. One of their members had to retreat, and it looks like they thought that that was their opportunity. But boy, did they choose the wrong angle of approach, losing 2 members near on instantly trying to make that play come through, just handed over a Crash a solid victory, as then they just got to spin back around with their 3. But I gotta say, great performance coming off of a, let's be real, a very rough early game coming for a Crash.
Yeah, they had a pretty rough time getting into that circle, honestly, and they played it slow, they played it calculated, but towards the end game, they were able to pick up some big kill points towards the end, and I mean, a 12-kill chicken dinner is very impressive indeed for them, not to forget the insane damage that they put out as well.
Yeah, we were talking about before moving into this round, it was kind of surprising looking at their positioning inside of this, so this is going to do wonders for them, specifically for confidence and momentum as well. Let's be real. They came in, they had a rough early game, and everybody that's played PUBG knows that that hurts. It immediately kind of makes you start playing more defensive than you want to play. But as everything started to settle down, they heard all the firefights that were happening at the edges of the zone. They instead started to separate out, start getting information, and continued to use that towards their advantage. Even in the late game, trying to line up and making sure that they use the terrain as much as possible to try to make sure that they could find any advantage on any enemy team. It was just beautiful to watch.
Yep, a very impressive display indeed. Now, we are going to take a very short break, but then we will try our best to get you an interview with one of those players from a Crash. We do have to hop over TeamSpeak for that, so it will make things a little tricky. So we're going to take a short break, but we will be back with game number 2 in just a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, we're fine. Sorry, I muted for just a second.
ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dive? Ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the docks of newly worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. Touchdown on the surface of my heart. The feelings never gone. A brave adventurer like me. Members everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears
Wow, what a huge game for all of those LATAM teams towards the end there as they take, I believe, the top 3 places. That was absolutely huge for them. Super impressive performance coming out from a Crash to pick up their first chicken dinner so far. And we did mention earlier that they didn't have the best performance yesterday that they were maybe looking for. And I feel like this game has really boosted their confidence, and hopefully we'll see some big things coming out of them today.
I mean, that's what so many fans have been waiting for when we're looking at Crash. Specifically, what we were looking at towards the end of that game. Realizing how to find the different ways that actually turn around a bad round and turn it into a victory. We know that these guys can fight, especially whenever they end up with their backs against the wall. That's kind of the dangerous category on some of these teams. Whenever they feel like, well, there's nothing I can do but get kills from this point, they almost ascend to a new level and manage to find all these different ways to survive and even take rounds that really, based off of positioning, and especially in earlier circles, they probably shouldn't have won.
Yeah, and I love to see that sometimes. It feels like the teams that your hopes have been dropped a little. When you see teams like that, their backs up against the wall, they have no choice but to fight. That's when they start getting aggressive, and I think that really showed right there from a Crash. And I might be correct here in thinking that we have a remake here for the lobby. We'll have to check on that.
We've got the potential of one, so
yeah, we'll keep you guys. But while we have a minute, let's take a minute to thank all the sponsors who helped make 303 Royale possible. Because, you know, I tried to get it in at the beginning, but it was just that hectic, we didn't get the chance to. First of all, we've got to thank Twire GG for their support. You haven't got to see their beautiful features yet, but they have some amazing tools for PUBG, especially for tournament organizers. They help out pretty much every tournament, running leaderboards for them. It is awesome, all the work that they do for 303 and for pretty much every other PUBG tournament. So if you want to run your own tournament, contact Twire. If you guys just want to have some really cool in-depth stat tools for PUBG, then head over to twire.gg, I should say. Not forgetting as well, the other partner of the 303 Royale is Fred Hutch. Fred Hutch are an awesome cancer research charity that recently, over the past year, have spent a lot of time working towards COVID research as well, helping, so many different people. And for anyone wondering, if you want to support Fred Hutch, you can click the donate panel down below. All donations donated through the year of 2021 go directly to Fred Hutch. We're setting ourselves a goal of $25,000 for the end of the year to support them. And not forgetting as well, 303 at the end of the day, we may be a tournament organizer, but we are also an esports organization. So thank you to all of our sponsors, Stint Spill and Glitch Energy, for their continued support.
I mean, with everything that's been going on lately, I know everybody is tired of in these trying times and everything like that. But even before then, whenever you're looking at everything, making sure to give into good charities is one of the things, specifically us on Twitch, are always a big part of. So we do ask everybody, even if it's just a dollar or two, every little bit helps in going into fighting some of the biggest health problems that we're facing into today. So thank you so much for everybody that is participating inside that. Chunks, man, there is so much to look forward to in this event, though. Actually, we just finished our first round. We got plenty more to come. My question comes into play. The circle felt like the big villain to me inside that one. That led to a lot of very awkward fights. You know, we talked about sometimes teams like to slow rotate in, get a feel for what was going on. That circle felt like it was catastrophe for a lot of teams that opted into doing so.
It feels like in a circle like that, there is such limited amounts of cover. There's only 2 or 3 compounds in the entire zone. Teams that move in late, they are at such a disadvantage, and they have to get aggressive. You have no choice there. You have to move in super early, get a strong position, get aggressive, and from what I can see, it does look like we are going to have a restart. So if you guys are wondering why we've not hopped into the game, that's why it looks like the lobby is going to be rebooted. So we will keep you updated on that. But yeah, I mean, a crash as well. They sent it in, and realistically, they did not have a good position in the grand scheme of things. I believe it was them playing up on the cliff side earlier, which was, I mean, a strange one indeed. We do have the scores, though. They have updated. Apologies for the delay. The PUBG API is running a little bit slow over the past few days. We do see a crash after a big win. They are going to be up there in first with a 22 total points, 12 kills. And I mean, the standout for me that game was definitely ATC. It feels like they haven't had any real strong, notable performances recently. But game number 1, 9 kills and a couple placement points. That is huge for them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing whenever you're looking at ATC and how they move through everything is they used to be known as like the camping team, right? They would just go to the circle and they'd sit there and they'd wait for everything to happen around them. Then they got a little bit more aggressive. And here lately, specifically whenever we watch them try to tackle like edge fights, we've been seeing them perform a lot more. We've seen like not necessarily the same hesitation that we sometimes saw coming out from them. And it's great to see, again, teams, and this is the environment where you have the chance to really start to upscale your potential. Take those fights that maybe you were a little bit hesitant to take before and really find your own areas that you can grow in.
Yeah, and I feel like ATC have really shown that as well. It does feel like in the past, they have been one of those... I often speak about these hit or miss teams where, don't get me wrong, they are very strong teams. They can have very strong performances, but it feels like if they have a bad day, they really struggle to make the comeback from it. And I feel like ATC getting started with a bang could be absolutely huge for them. Let's not forget, though, just too easy with that second place just there. They didn't pick up the chicken dinner, but they did a lot of damage to a lot of teams and managed to pick up 10 points out of it in the first game.
We've seen that, like, those type of things are where you need to look at the upsides, specifically like what you were talking about with just too easy. Being able to move into a secondary position or second position, and really they had the potential to win that one. They had the angles, they had the approach. They even managed to shut down a couple of side flanks whenever we saw Xera try to make an approach back over towards the west. Then they suffered a little bit of damage. You remember, the way that this game ended was they took a little bit of damage based back over towards their eastern flank, retreated away from that, and then sent the 2 forward. If they'd played for center of circle and kind of played for position more so and kind of waited for everything to kind of start dying down around the shack, we might have seen more opportunities into it. But I feel like they were afraid that Kresh was going to make a play back over towards their weakened position. And that does tend to happen, but with the way that the hillside comes into play, I don't think that we would have seen that come out from a Kresh, who was definitely opting to play more towards center. And again, we always have like the vision in the sky, so we know everything. Whenever boots on the ground, it's a little bit harder to get a feel for what's happening inside of everything around you.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, this team, they didn't know for certain, oh, it's one full squad left. For all they knew, there was one little rat hiding out at the side. Like, I believe it was ATC had Norkis kind of camping behind that vehicle, trying to stay safe for the time being. And there's always the possibility of that in PUBG. So, you know, unless you are absolutely certain, unless you have seen, look, all these 3 remaining players, they are moving as a squad, they are a team, we can fight this. Unless you see that, you can never be too certain. And I love the fact that they didn't get over aggressive here because they didn't have that info.
What was a standout to me, and I know, guys, Matt's gonna bring up Duel because they went out early inside that round. the thing about this is I don't think that that's kind of the duo we've been seeing more recently. I think that's more of a misstep. So no, I'm not coming in to bash the 16th team that went out first that round. I think that that was just a situation of the circle and really the cluster of teams in position. I don't think that that's going to be where we're going to continue to see Duel at. So if you're a Duel fan, okay, rough start, but don't lose any hope yet. I think that there's still plenty of bounce back potential for actually any of the teams whenever we're looking back down towards the right side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think Duel are one of those interesting teams because they are such a strong squad. I do believe that they were supposed to be playing with Gats, but unfortunately, he's had some technical issues, so Sharpshot is filling in from Korea, so that is definitely going to be a bit of a handicap for them. And we did see yesterday they managed to come in 7th place overall at the end of yesterday, so this is their last day playing. If they don't have a big game today, then they are going to have to worry a little bit, and they do need some strong games over the next 4 matches.
Yeah, it's kind of the pressure is mounting stage for several of these teams that are, because keep in mind, everybody, we're playing across 3 different groups. You guys should be familiar with that if you've been watching any North American PUBG or recently. So we've got a group that played yesterday and today, and with those teams, they have got to make up every point that they can. Because I know the players are always like, it's not so bad to sit back and watch and have the last day off or whatever, but I guarantee you, it's still nerve-wracking to watch teams slowly and steadily make more points, catch up to you point by point, game by game, and you start having to hope for other people's failure instead of your own successes. That's just such a tough position to be in. So just amassing a ton of points in these last couple of rounds are going to be a key to a much calmer tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the teams that, you know, haven't got the strongest position out of day one. This is their last game to kind of be able to play. But one of the teams that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, and I'm sure a lot of people are keeping an eye on, is actually going to be Guadalajara Gas Cans, as they had a huge game yesterday. 2nd place overall in the leaderboards with 55 points. 35 of which were kills. So both of those games, they were 15 or so point wins. But then the other games, they picked up next to no points. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can have some consistent games and then some big games on top of that, rather than just having these all or nothing games that they had yesterday.
Live by the kill points, die by the kill points is a strategy a couple of these teams really lean into. Now, that being said, we've often talked about aiming for average points. So whenever you're looking at teams, like a lot of teams consider to have like 5 or more points in a round successful, because that's really what you're just trying to do, is you're hoping that you have a couple of high-end games and then that your bad games aren't terrible. So as long as you're walking in with an above average amount of points per round, that's where you really start to feel like you're comfortable in position. So where teams like Guadalajara Gas Cans, with their a little bit more aggressive early style that we can sometimes see them lean into, is going for all of those like kills early, trying to get those positions early and trying to make some type of play out of it. Sure, they might not always make it to the late game, but they'll walk away with a couple of points. Last round is the inverse, just like you were talking about, Chunks. They came into a fight, they only managed to get 1 kill inside of it, and they just didn't manage to make anything really work for themselves inside of it. And again, I think kind of like what we were talking about with Duel, that's kind of just a generation of the circle. But we talk about you have to be able to deal with bad circles if you want to go walk away with a massive amount of money.
Yeah, and you know what? That's one of the things I love about how Gas Cans play. I've spoken to a couple of the players a few times about why they decide to go with this kind of edge strategy that we've seen them kind of... They were kind of the creators of this strategy, and it feels like more and more teams are like, hey, this is a really smart way to play. We can do it. And it comes down to the fact that Gas Cans, even when they don't get a good circle, with being able to play the edge, it kind of maximizes the number of opportunities they have, and they get pretty much free reign of how they choose to rotate in. Because obviously these circles that are deep inside zone already, they can't cover the edges completely, so it kind of gives them a free pass to rotate however they want to, and they do kind of get to dictate the game to some point.
Yeah, that's we talk about back and forth, and yes, guys, they're still working on remakes, stuff like that. That's where you're getting a little bit of introspection on different team styles and performances. One of the big things that I often talk about whenever we're talking PUBG is the reaction versus forcing a reaction style of play, and mainly being the one that's kind of setting the pace for the game. Like whenever you start setting up defensive lines and really forcing other teams to like hunker down behind cover, that's being the proactive part of the game, whereas the other team is kind of on the reactionary side. They just have to deal with trying to figure out how to deal with entrenched teams and that style of stuff. Usually a good way to look at it is teams that play back over towards edge, or ones that are always chasing circle, tend to be your more reactionary teams. But then whenever you move into the end game, it's about who moves for position and understands the terrain best, often finds themselves in the proactive position. That's kind of what we were kind of talking about beforehand with the 3v3 fight inside the last round. I would like to see a little bit more, I guess, control whenever we're looking at the end-game matches. When I was watching yesterday, yes, we did have a couple of moments where people stepped up and got dominant positions and really walked away with the rounds, but also a lot of times it hasn't been really comfortably clean for a lot of teams. Like we were just talking about Crash, sure, they won that last round, but the early game was rough. We haven't seen, like, I would like to see like a little bit more, I'm in control of my situation, I control my destiny, and you have to play around it coming out from a couple of these teams.
Yeah, and it feels like it's one of those things where with it being the first game and getting a circle that was this rough, teams were forced to fight very, very scrappy. I'm just trying to get an update on what exactly is going on right now. We are having some technical issues, so apologies for that. But, I mean, we'll see how scrappy this game ends up being as well now, depending on whether we get into it, because this circle is looking spicy. I want to see it. And I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how teams end up adapting to these circles. Teams that, you know, they have good experience, but a lot of them still not this caliber of play, not at like the tier 1 level. And it feels like those tier 1 teams that just have so many hours in this game are really able to adapt to these rough circles. And that's where we kind of see a bit of a skill gap in these teams, where these teams that, sure, they're very good teams, but they're not used to adapting to not only a horrible circle, but also how other teams play that circle and making the decisions that works for you guys on how you're going to play and where you're going to play.
I think you hit a perfect point on that. Now, a lot of that comes down to experience. The experience of knowing who's still alive, like tracking the kills as they go through, figuring out which teams are still active is a big factor of knowing how you want to approach it, because different teams do have different play styles. That's a key factor whenever you're looking through that. But additionally, it also just comes down to having the experience of dealing with every corner of the map. You know what I mean? So it's a big thing to keep an eye out for whenever we're looking at how to move through. So yes, events like this are extremely important just to build up that experience. So that's why I do want to see some of these teams be a little bit more, I don't want to say haphazard, but a little bit more confident in their approach into it, because yes, I'm not trying to take anything away from the event. This is an extremely important event with everything that's going on right now. But it's also a great learning opportunity. And so you should take this opportunity to step forward and really see what you can accomplish with your team and try to get that experience instead of just constantly playing so defensive.
Yep, and you guys will notice we did manage to get into the game, but you will very obviously see team logos are wrong. We did have a bit of a technical issue. We had to make some changes to the team files. On mine and Matchroom's end, I do believe that we have the correct observer files, but if you guys are wondering which team is rich, you can actually see the tag at the beginning of the name. So for instance, Young Kings right now, that's actually Veritas. It's nothing to worry about. It is just a file that's wrong. We'll get that fixed for next game, but we already restarted the lobby once. We can't really restart again. But I mean, if we can pull up the circle, you guys will see why I was so excited for it, because I'm like you, Matchroom. I love these horrible circles that teams have to struggle with, and look at all that water.
Oh my gosh. And boy, it's back down next to prison and everything else like that. You guys see, I'm usually logged in and I keep my map open off to the right side to keep an eye on what's going on. But since there was a remake, I kind of missed time jumping in there. So I'm just in it in the moment with you guys this time around. But one of the key things to look at in whenever you're looking at this circle are going to be specifically the control points back over towards the north. You know, the roadway that's coming in right off the peninsula coming from Mill to Power itself. We often see that being a little bit more of a cluster. And then naturally, the hillsides that are just going to be contained back up and around, like Lumberyard, all the different positions that you can play around that, and the Badlands that move back over towards Mill to Power. Actually, what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those areas that it feels to me like it can be so powerful in the early game, but as the late game comes in, I feel it can be very, very weak. don't get me wrong, those hills, like having good line of sight on towards them can be so huge here. There's actually T8 going to be losing Zealot early on the rotate here. Michael with the mini shot's going to be able to get the knock there, and it actually looks like he could potentially be going for the push here. Maybe not realizing that William's going to be over this ridge. This could be risky here for Veritas.
You pedal the metal, see if maybe you can run over somebody, but I think he realized there's just too much, probably information fed back over from teammates. So reestablishing position, just going to make a play out and away from that one. You can see the fact that T8's not too comfortable with that. They heard the car did drive up, so instead they decided to play it a little bit slower and decided to go make sure that nobody was rolling up on them before committing back over towards the res. Meanwhile, Veritas is going to make their rotation back over from position, so that should allow for an easy res back over towards Zealot. Early rotations are going to be key to this on Chunks. Just with the amount of water that's in play, that means there's less playable area for teams to try to hold down and defend. So trying to get to what you consider to be the prime real estate in this position is going to be huge for your team.
Yeah, and I gotta say as well, we saw a pretty similar circle to this yesterday that ended up landing just northeast of Milter in those fields. That was a super exciting one to watch, so we'll have to see if we maybe get another spicy zone like that, because I love when teams are forced to make these decisions on whether they want to just send it in towards a city or whether they want to take the gamble, play the outskirts, because it feels like if you send it into a city too early and the zone shifts away, you die. You get taken out as you rotate out because everyone else is already in the city. But on the other side of things, if you decide, all right, we can play outside the city, we'll rotate in late, and then, oh, the circle sends up on a city and there's already 10 teams inside there, it makes it impossible for you to make your way in. So it's almost, it almost comes down to kind of gambling at this point on what you want to do.
And there's also the secondary factor of when you try to leave the city, there's often like fields that are around the outside of it, very low cover, and there's always going to be a team just patiently waiting for you to try to make that rotation out and just absolutely unload on you. So in addition to having to deal with all the other teams that are hunkered down back behind you and essentially all the rats trying to leave the ship as it's sinking and leaving, as the blue zone is just overtaking it, you end up with teams that are already in fortified spots just picking up kill after kill. I do like the reposition coming back in over here from Fabled at the time, trying to get a little bit more information as they do make that approach. Stay back over towards the south, play along the coastline. You know that's your safe zone. Really, teams that play back over towards Milton, we often see them favor back over towards the northern positions, so staying back along that southern area will really find you opportunities for some type of approach to make their way through here. I'm going to tell you, Chunks, this is going to be rough. I've got dyslexia, right? So we've got tags in front of tags, and that is going to break my poor caster brain, but I'm going to try my best not to confuse them as we move forward. Just don't judge me, chat, please. Please don't judge me.
Hey, we'll be nice, all right? Don't worry. I mean, the good thing at the end of the day is a lot of these teams, they're very well established. We know a lot of the players, so hopefully the logos don't make things too confusing. But we do see Fabled here. They're going to be kind of waiting out here for Systematicos to make a push over the top of this ridge. Dodge over on the east are also going to be taking shots towards them. This is forcing Systematicos onto the backside. Big shot coming out from Danny G. He gets traded out, but Lampalot quickly cleaning up on towards that zero. Now Rivero going down as well. Casa Grande peeks up over the top, and Synergy Esports eliminated early here by Dodge. And look, even I'm getting confused by the team names right now.
Trust nothing. Just trust who's getting the kills right now, and is gonna be our Fabled. But look in, it's gonna be Duel. They see the fact that there's a potential opportunity for this. If they roll back on this, they could find themselves an angle to work with. Don't spot it out just quite yet. Trying to get damage off, but no, it's not gonna be enough. Instead, that's going to be one down back over towards it. Rest of Duel still trying to figure out if they're going to make the play for it. Looks like they're going to try to crest back over towards the hillside, but there's a ton of smokes popping back over for Fable's positioning at the direct time. So I have to play this very slow and carefully. Sorry, Dodge. Dodge is positioning back over on the other side of this. Duel has to be careful as they are getting shot from the backside of this. Rotating back down the hill. You can see trying to use any cover. Bouncing from this, maybe back over towards the vehicle next to it, but they're not going to find an opportunity for it. You can see down along the hillside, it was Sharpshot trying to feed the information, but yet again, it's going to be Dodge still standing the line. And in phase one, sitting at 7 kills, Chunks.
I saw one thing there that I think is very important to remember. Ethan, team kill. So just had to point that out there, just to make sure that chat's able to pull in properly for it. But we do see Fabled now. Sorry, no dodge, sorry. They're going to be taking shots over towards Fabled. Oh, this is just going to make things even more confusing. As Greg's shot going down, Finna getting caught from long range as T-Sock with some nice shots. This is, oh wow, this is fun indeed, isn't it? Finna going to be getting flushed out now by Innate as Danny G, the last one left up from dodge. He sends it over towards Synergy, but I mean, Randy with that mini takes him out. Pippa going to be able to get the res on towards, get the loot off of this. As Pippa now, he's taking long range shots over towards Fabled, trying to rotate through. As, I mean, Fabled potentially in a fight down on the south with Osastra Palos here.
Gas cans have so much territory that is just theirs to control. Old Times is back along, holding down position to the road towards the west, but is kind of their own defensive line to protect Gas Cans even more. The only potential opportunity that Gas Cans could find to have anybody that's going to contest them is going to be based on how TA tries to make the rotation. Meanwhile, back over towards Prison, you can see making their way back along the hillside. We've got a little bit of a situation with Veritas still trying to make their approach back over. Keenan's already down inside a position. Smoke starting to come out in utility on both sides. You can see there is one down on both sides of this right now, trying to get a little bit more information. A quick peek around is going to go ahead and get a knock and a quick flush as well. Going ahead and pick that one up. Keenan's still down back behind this one. We're going to have to play it a little bit more carefully. Position coming around from the other side is in E and A. Does have the angles to work with. Does get the down back over towards Veritas. Be very careful on how they're making the approach back up. Michael and Nero on no life. Are they going to find the angle and the time to get the res over towards them? They find the angle, not going to get the res, but they don't see him. That could be a huge problem. Information being fed over. The Jess hasn't quite seen it. Finally manages to pick him up.
Yeah, Veritas playing so well here, able to do some big damage over on towards Enigma, as now Beam's going to be the last player standing for them. It's pretty rough right now, as they had some really good games yesterday, a good start, but now with only one player left standing, and it's not looking like they're going to be able to get the res on towards the second. Enigma are going to be forced to kind of wrap for a little. Now, I got to say, in the qualifiers, I feel like if my memory serves me right, Beams was actually the final player left up in one of the games, and he managed to make it into the top 3, so he is definitely a very strong solo player here for Enigma, as he's just looking over towards Veritas, decides to back off as they're just flexing out over this hill. They are working as a team to try and sweep here. And let's not forget, Matrim, half of this zone is still water right now.
Yeah, and I just want to follow up with what you were talking about with Beams. Beams has a massive amount of clutch potential. We've often seen him find himself in a very awkward situation, being the last one up, and somehow managing to rack up more and more points for his team as he plays through this. We know the fact that he is very comfortable. I don't think that anybody is really comfortable in this position, but he is very aware on how to play it and how to find those much needed points for his team in a very disadvantaged situation that they're in. ATC making their approach back over towards the north, and you can see everything starting to settle down. We got the Milta fields that are in play right now, but everybody's trying to give those a little bit more of a separation out. And look, it's Slaptrap. I like that. That needs to be a team
you know
name.
what? I feel like you know, these two teams should somehow merge. I feel like that would be an awesome team name, honestly. But yeah, Osastra Palos down on the southern side. They've kind of committed on towards this Milta fight here. I think they kind of realized that, look, there aren't many positions in zone they can realistically place. They're just going to play these edge compounds. But we do see Destinator here will be able to connect on towards Adam, gets the knock, as now Team Bliss, they want to start making a push in. They're scouting out these compounds up to the north. But the question is, how strong are they realistically going to be, as we could potentially see a circle shift, and it does close in. Now teams like Just Too Easy and Old Times are going to be looking really good in this position.
Oh, look at the push back along Milta over towards the north. Starting to get a little bit of a stack up, and it's going to be a near miss, walking right in his, catches fire. That's not what you want to do when you're making that approach in there. I don't even know how intended that was, but if that was intended to come out through there, a magnificent play to give them an escape, just get out of that position. Meanwhile, you can see a couple teams are already starting to make their play back over towards Milta. Looks like it's going to be Mina back over towards the north. It's going to be one of the last teams approaching inside of there. Trap's going to go ahead and regroup back over, giving SG a little bit more space to work with as they make their approach. ATC is being the real... I mean, really, SG is inside of Milta, but I never really consider, like, these outskirts buildings like Milta. They're kind of like suburbs of Milta, you know what I mean? Whenever the action breaks off in Milta, these guys and these complexes that we can see SG holding down really don't participate in the same way that a Milta-based team would.
Yeah, they kind of just pop their heads up, take a couple shots, try and get some flushes every now and there. And I think this is really good for Synergy, honestly. They have a split, players either side of the road. And out of all the compounds that you choose anywhere around Milta, I think this is definitely the strongest. When the time comes, if you have to rotate, you do have some ridges to be able to play over on towards Osastropalos. But the problem is going to be actually getting up onto that ridge by the coast. But we do see the circle starting to close in. It's centered up, and we shouldn't have too much water in it this time. Just too easy, looking very confident over in that monkey compound is now Fabled going to try and make the rotate through. Synergy taking some big shots, Pippa in particular firing off a lot of mags, but Fabled, they look like they've been able to get over to some relative safety. But the problem is now, do they decide to just play on top of this hill, or do they want to go a little deeper and get a bit of a stronger position, potentially some hard cover?
Stay playing south. That's the way that they survive through there. You can see that there's that nice little corridor you can make the approach through. Don't over push it, especially if you're just holding down in this position as Fabled. You don't have the information to really work with. That's why I like that they're kind of separating out. They're dropping one off to get a little bit more vision cover. You can see that they're driving out there, making a couple of loops, seeing if anybody's going to shoot at them. And that'll give them an idea of the amount of territory that they can control. Meanwhile, boy, there's not a lot of options to go with there. You're just going to run right into the trap that Trap had set. Go ahead and take out the vehicle just for good measure as well.
Yeah, Team Bliss, they kind of did the exact opposite rotate to what Fable did. Instead of, you know, playing it stealthy, playing the edge of the zone, they just sent it in. They went straight across those Milta fields, tried to get over towards Osastropalos compound. Unfortunately, though, it did not work out. As we do see a Crash here, our winners from last game, they're going to be looking pretty strong with some high ground. The only problem is going to be, and I mention this all the time, the rotates out of these compounds in Milta are extremely rough right now.
Yeah, this is the problem that is this circle. What is happening? Gravity doesn't affect. Crash can do whatever he wants. The circle's gonna pop. Finally leave all of that water back behind. So that means that the factory is going to be a big factor inside of this one. We're going to see Old Times with a great position. Their split going to be able to be quite rewarding. The problem comes into play is if a lot of teams decide to collapse onto them. When you're running a 2-2 split, specifically in a circle like this, sometimes you just get people hop in their vehicles and just send it your direction because there's not a lot of options to work with. You're going to have to keep an eye on that, as it looks like Knightley is going to start making their push back down the hillside with Beams, the last member up for his team. And I believe it's going to be Veritas holding down the angles to work with. Old Time's going to have to hit some hell of a shots to make sure that they break this down quickly, as anybody that's in the low ground can also get a couple shots back over towards them as well.
Yeah, Knightley, one of those teams, we mentioned it a few times, they need a big day today, and this is where they have to start picking it up. As Fry's going to be able to get the knock on towards Dietrich, Jazza going down as well. Keenan's playing down the backside, he's a little bit far. Nick doing everything he can to try and get eyes on towards it. I think he has an idea of where Keenan's going to be from the smokes as he does prep. Some Molotovs, some nades, they are going to be landing down, but Keenan, we've seen him, he's a strong player. There's the potential here, he can catch one of these players from Knightley off guard, potentially take the fight, but it's actually going to be Old Times with the third party from long range taking down Keenan now. So Knightley, they are going to be all right for the time being, but you have to be a little bit concerned if you're Knightley when you are on the very edge of zone and you have a huge cliff to work your way down.
Yeah, this is the Badlands Hills there, I guess the burnt forest, whatever you want to call it. It's a rough place to try to push down through. So it's going to be about looking for distractions. When a firefight happens in the low ground, maybe trying to find some opportunity to work with. SG, though, looks like they might be trying to make a rotation back up over towards the north, right along the same area that we saw just a second ago being a big factor where we saw these fights come through. That could end up being a big trap, as SG has to play this very cautiously. Beams manages to find one, get the shots through, and you can see right as soon as the shots come out, SG hops out, starts making an aggressive pushback over here because they want to third party this. They want to make sure that they're safe and that they can defend this location to the best of their capabilities.
That is so unfortunate there for Kite as Beams. We said it, he can play solo so well. He was just hiding inside that wizard tower, and as soon as that player worked in, he was able to quickly and easily pick up the kill. It looks like Synergy, they heard the fights kicking off, so they don't want to move all the way up to this wizard tower, knowing how rough rotates can be, especially with teams like Just Too Easy down to the south, who could do a bit of damage. We did see Just Too Easy, they kind of split 2-2. They had to in that monkey compound earlier, instead deciding to head off to the north as well. The circle about to close in as we do see Innate from Fabled will be going down to Williams. So Fabled down on the southeast are going to be a little bit pinned on this ridge. And I mean, Nick now just getting absolutely lit up. Fry's going down as well to Fisher. Beams flushed out as down go Enigma in 11th.
Trying to start to make the push up the hillside here. You can see SG's trying to see if maybe they can get something. Grenade might be able to bounce, but that's going to be, might roll enough. It's going to get some damage off, enough to make everybody kind of clench their butt cheeks, but Sneak Attack doesn't have much to work with. Also blinded, they just roll right up into that trench and dismantle it so fast. There's not even an opportunity to make a play off of that. So with this, teams to keep an eye on. You can see that T8, Fabled have themselves nice defensive positions back over towards the south. Fabled's position does allow them to kind of move back around that hillside. Gascans does have potential vision onto that as well, but Gascans have themselves a huge area of vision and control that they can work with. But here come those crashes that we were talking about beforehand. When you're running these splits, when you're holding down these defensive lines, and there's no territory left, sometimes you just got to send it and hope you can win the fight trying to make the breach.
Yeah, just too easy, just hard sending it in here, expecting a lot more resistance in reality, as they will be taking a lot of shots over towards Old Times over on the east, landing a lot of fire, but nothing quite connecting enough to get any knocks coming out. Old Times going to be in a very good position over in those central compounds. They do have a lot of cover to work with, but we do see just too easy here, just keeping an eye out up on those hills. I think they heard Synergy taking shots earlier, so they are definitely going to be looking to try and catch these players on the rotate. Is actually Nick from Nightly going to be able to take down one. Nightly's solo player still standing. I mean, we've seen how powerful this position can be before, but as the Molotov comes in from Pipper, it is going to be able to land. As I mean, this is so rough right here. Nightly getting eliminated, actually from range now, not from close. As Osas Strapalos, they start to open up on towards a Kresh. A Kresh going to be getting eliminated on that fight. As I mean, so many teams just went down in that circle just because of how limited the amount of coverage and how many crashes had to come out there.
This is a risky play to go back to try to go for the res. They do have control over this area. The problem comes into play is the amount of resources having to commit back over there. Naturally, whenever you have a person down that's already one member out, a secondary member has to go back and res. So that forces the other two to try to collect as much information as possible for the rest of the team to know how to navigate these next couple of circles. With the firefights breaking out as they are, it should be a little bit more controlled. As you know, a lot of the teams are going to be clustered right along the road inside of those buildings, and here comes the pushes back on the other side of it. You can see gas cans finding themselves in a very awkward position right now. Got to be a little bit more careful based off of this, but they do manage to lose Oldless inside this, so now it's just Honey Badger and Nikos looking around, trying to get a feel for what's going on, as a big push did come out from Fable just a second ago.
Yeah, Fabled, they already lost 2, so now they're down to only 2 players left. Hella gonna do what she can to try and hold down the fort, while her teammate goes for the res. Innate doing what he can to try and pick up T-Sock, I believe, as Honey Badger throws down the flashbangs, wants to peek over. Hella with the M4, though, takes him down, as now Gas Cans with 2 players left up. Nikos manages to get the res on towards Oldless, but Nidium from Just Too Easy, long range, connecting with some big fire. And Gas Cans, we said, look, this factory can be so powerful, but they haven't really been able to connect with anything off of it. 0 kills so far this game, and this isn't what they wanted. They want those heavy kill games, and it looks like this just isn't going to work out for them right now with Fable holding them out.
They were trying to make the play back over there. Fable repositioned right on top of them as they were trying to make the play back over towards the gas cans. Found themselves now facing a third party, fourth party, fifth party shots coming through, and there was just no option to go. They retreated back away from position, but there's not a lot of options. They do have the vehicle that they can really work with back over there, but really, this is pretty open, so I think it's just going to be a pray and send it, as it looks like ATC is going to think the exact same thing along a similar angle, but they get to watch Melton try to make the play back over there for it. Do get the shots. He does go down inside of it, so now ATC with just one member up. Gascan still rolling with 2, not even yet inside the safe zone, but trying to find some angle of approach, see if maybe there is some weak section somewhere that maybe somebody isn't looking at, so they can find a way to sneak inside the circle. Looks like they're going to start trying to make a little bit of a run forward. Maybe corner around back over there is going to find it, but he's going to be able to maybe move forward, use the other UAZ for a touch of cover, as well as maybe get a little bit more utility from the dead body. Nope, he's going to fake us out. He's just going to drive around, but he better not do that for too long, or he is going to die.
Yeah, especially with William down on the southern side, taking a lot of shots over towards gas cans. It did make things a little rough as we saw the rest of T8. They did make a push in here. Detonator will be going down to Fisher, but he should be pretty resable. As Zealot going to be the one getting aggressive here. 48, trying his best to hold down just too easy and allow the rest of the squad to rotate in. Let's not forget Hella. She's the last person standing here for Fabled on the very edge of the zone. T8 are looking out over towards her as they manage to pick up most of her teammates. Gas Can's now trying to group in as well, but Zealot spots out Dano here from Synergy over on the western side. Nikos takes down Marcelic, and down go any trolls in chat now.
When we see SG kind of finish their last little bit of a push to get control into position, that's going to be our calm moment for the next 40 or so seconds. Most of our teams have managed to get themselves at least a little bit of control to work with. The next question is going to come into play. Remember, guys, we're only at phase 6. There's only 6 teams alive. So we do have a couple of circles to look forward to before we potentially see the ending to this. SG does have themselves this little bit of cover, but the problem comes into play is every single time they go to peak, it's like whack-a-mole. Everybody that's back in that low area, all that terrain, where we're looking back over towards old times, back over towards Just, they can look back over and take those shots. T8 is using this opportunity to try to make a play, but it's still old times. They've got so much of the circle on lockdown, they're punishing anyone that's moving next to them.
Yeah, and old times, they're doing what they can to try and open up and get a little bit deeper in zone, but when this next circle pops, the chance of them realistically being inside the circle, it is going to make things rough, but for the time being, they can just focus on holding out teams like Gas Cans, as Hella going to be going down now. Fabled out in 6th. We're into our top 5. And it's, I gotta say, out of all the teams here, I think the only team in real trouble right now is going to be Gas Cans, because they're going to be forced to crash something quick.
Well, SG is not in a happy position either. Depending on the amount of utility and smokes they have, they're probably going to have to make their way down the hillside soon. They may be blessed by circle luck and not have to move, but I find that very unlikely. They also have the road that's in front of them, which is going to make this very different if they don't have a lot of smokes to work with and they don't get some opening knocks to try to find some type of aggression point that they can try to force their way through. Gaskans know the fact that they're in that trouble that you were talking about beforehand. Do manage to kind of leapfrog themselves forward along this hillside. Good shot's going to come out from Oldus back over towards Zealot to buy a little bit more control. If they can really take out everybody back over towards the south, suddenly they'll find themselves in a complete opposite opportunity to work with. Good shots connect yet again back over towards the flush. Also going to come out and is going to run over the teammate they were trying to res. A couple of return shots come back over towards Nikos, and now it is just Oldless looking back over towards Steezy. And kind of a 1v1, but looks like it's going to go back over for the res. So now it's going to have to make a little bit of a reposition.
Oldless with a nutty shot with that SLR, connecting with the headshot while the player's in midair. He's the final player left up from Gas Cans, and he's drawn a lot of attention onto himself right now as T8. They are just going to be pinning down shots, and this is not looking good if you're Oldless right now, especially considering the fact he's not inside circle. He has to make a push somewhere, and most likely he's just going to try and push in towards old times here, as they're going to be kind of focused over towards T8 a little bit. But they know that Synergy are over on the western side. They could start making a push in a second, but for the time being, Synergy just making the most out of those little dips they have up on the northwest to be able to play for the time being. Oh, can Selfish spot him out here?
This circle is just perfect for Selfish's position. I mean, he's just got vision for days. He's got cover that he can dip back from this roof. You can see that's how come they're capable of harassing everybody. You can't step out and around the position without just continuous punishment coming out from old times. You go for a peek, they've already got the angle waiting for it. If you try to make your way down the hillside, that's perfectly fine. They have a new way that they can play that as well. Oldless finally sees himself get taken out, drops us down to our final 4 teams. Circle's going to go ahead and move right into the center. It's going to be SG and T8 that are going to have to move. But a knock just happened back over towards Just, and look at Pippa trying to exploit it.
Yeah, we do see old times now. They're starting to get aggressive over on towards Just Too Easy, but Pippa with the third party is going to be trying to pick up some kills here. He has himself the barrel, takes down Songshing, preps the molly, goes into the window perfectly on towards Kodak, might be able to take him out.
Yes!
Down he goes, really well placed, but he did manage to get the knock here as Nidium and Low-Key, the 2 final players left up here for Just Too Easy. SG trying their best to make a push in. Nidium playing on the vehicle, down goes down at 2. Fisher, the final player left up. He's doing what he can with the barrel, but the third party comes in, takes down Nidium, as now Synergy Esports eliminated out in 4. 2 players left up from from Just Too Easy here, as now they should be able to get the res on towards this.
Steezy made a rotation back over towards the east, so he could have himself a little bit of an area to work with, but Old Times, man, sitting on 8 kills right now. Look at the brazenness that they have. They're just stepping out onto open cover. He's just in a road, nothing around to protect him. He's like, that's fine. If they peek back over here, I'll just kill them. That's the type of confidence that I was talking about. Get control over the game and just influence everything that's happening. Problem is, you gotta be careful to not get too hungry. He overpeaks that one just a little bit, but it could be Exec's opportunity to go for a reposition back down the hillside to work with it. Now Steezy could have an opportunity as well to use this. Creep back in. The distraction that's happening between these two teams, trying to find an angle to work with. Another member goes down back over for Old Times. While they had vision to work with for days, they're starting to lose members, trying to make the play back over, going for these reses. Both teams now having to commit to a res back over here is going to be the opportunity that Steezy needs to capitalize off of right now.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder what's going on for Old Times right now. They have to be really, really concerned. Surprisingly, Just Too Easy deciding not to make the push now, knowing that Lekro has himself a strong position, but the circle's popping, Steezy's popped to smoke. That's gonna make them aware of his position. You really do have to wonder how these teams end up playing it. Steezy, he is gonna be taking some shots over towards Old Times, but they're not quite landed. He wants to try and get the third party because he knows that no matter how this fight unfolds, he's most likely gonna be in a 1v2, 1v3 situation right now.
Old Times is just playing with money in the bank. They're already sitting on a ton of kills. They know that they're guaranteed top 3 because that's all that's left. So that's why you start to see them kind of swarming around, getting a feel for what's going on. They seem to be aware of where Steezy's position's at, still just trying to stay alive back over for T8. This is a weird commitment back over towards the angles, trying to get a little bit more cover, but it's going to be Kodak taking a couple of shots back to him, having to dance through the smoke. That's going to be another down, going back over towards it. Selfish trying to look back over towards the angle, making the reposition back over towards the hillside, but slowly and steadily, Just Too Easy is finding opportunities to dismantle the position where we see Old Times playing at. That's another member down. Selfish is down to a third of his life. He's trying to dot down. Steezy's got the angle for it. Lekro is the last one up, trying to get the play back over towards Steezy, and down to about a third of the life. Lekro looks back over. He's down and out. Steezy's still looking back over towards it. He completely has annihilated the other side of Old Times. He's moving forward, trying to go for the play, but not quite going to get it. And that's going to be a Just Too Easy walking away with the win. At least I think it is.
Steezy at the end there just absolutely popped off, clearing out the entire squad. And I love these end scenes right here where we can see a breakdown. Old Times with exactly 2,000 damage, absolutely popping off that game. But TAC 8, you know, considering they weren't in a very good position for the majority of the time, they were forced to play these tiny little ridges, picking up 9 kills and a second place. That's going to be huge for them and definitely what they wanted for today.
Steezy, man, Steezy, I love you. Give me some more of that, please. Old Times, though, I have to admit, again, they're completely content. They walked away 3rd place, yes, but also with 8 kills. They did. I was enjoying the idea, and I liked the idea of how they were taking control and trying to move into position, but it was a little bit too much. You know what I mean? Like the standing out on the road where there is no cover. That means the fact that you gotta win that fight, and you can see that they lost the fight coming through there. Another member went back over, tried to do the same thing, had another member go down. Then they had to commit 2 members back over towards the res, so that means that nobody was paying attention to what was happening, allowed Just Too Easy to reposition, and then they didn't want to aggress back over towards Just Too Easy, so they moved to a very fortified Steezy that just let Just Too Easy be a distraction, and he just kept winning peak after peak.
Yeah, and I mean, Steezy, he just played that so well, honestly. And I think we're going to be able to get him in for an interview now. And Steezy, what was that at the end there, dude? That was absolutely insane.
Dude, that was one sweaty-ass ranked game.
I don't know, man. I just knew our initial idea was to set up a crossfire from ridge to ridge once I got the insta on old list.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, we can set up a crossfire on each side, and then WM got taken out, so I just had to play it with my smokes. But I think I overused my smokes. If I had 1 or 2 more smokes there at the end, I believe that I win that.
Well, you guys were actually fighting back over towards the south for quite a while against the gas cans as well. Once they finally lost their last member, you guys made the choice to rotate back over into the similar position that he was just playing from, because it actually had control back over towards the south. Why did you opt into making the play back over towards the east instead of staying in that position?
Because I wanted to kill people. I thought I could set up a crossfire to kill people trying to move. Like, basically, what went wrong is that we needed to burn one more smoke for Liam when he was moving his car. If we'd managed to keep Liam alive and we were on either side like that, I basically can watch everything on Liam, and Liam can watch everything on me. But once he went out, obviously, I had to just try and make some solo magic happen. But yeah.
That you did. I loved every second of your solo magic. Please give me more.
Nice, man.
Yeah, and I gotta say, you did such a good job there, not getting over aggressive. You know, you got the opening knocks, sure, and then you kind of took a step back for a second. You realize, look, there's two teams fighting here. All I have to do is keep my head down for a couple seconds. This team will start fighting this final guy in the middle. I can just pop up and finish the job then.
I think if I was a nervous gamer, I would have taken my 1 kill and been happy with it. But I knew I had them, so I just reset and just went for the kills for the full team wipe.
Well,
love to hear it. Love to hear it.
Love it. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels good.
Steezy, after a huge day yesterday, you had some really good games. How do you feel like this game is kind of going to give you that bump? You were in 6th at the end of yesterday. How do you feel like today's going for you so far?
It's going all right. Game 1, I think I think both of these games were honestly pretty winnable games for us. But in both games, we bled a couple players in that mid game in ways that we probably shouldn't have. So hopefully we can keeping this energy up and getting those spots and fighting well and just managing to keep 1 or 2 guys extra up. So we have 3 or 4 in the end game and close one of these out.
Well, very, very impressive performance from you indeed. And I hope to see you guys consistently fragging because, I mean, we saw how you did in the qualifiers. I can't go on about it enough, just how you kind of came out of nowhere and just absolutely fragged out. I'm hoping for you guys that we have another one of those big games because they are just so entertaining to watch seeing you guys frag out. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break while we wait for the leaderboards to be updated. We're going to be back in a couple minutes and we can see if Big Steez is able to make anything big happen in our final Rainbow Game of the evening.
Thanks.
think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
What an insane game. I love seeing those mini Milter power circles where teams are just forced to play these horrible positions. And I think a lot of these teams showed just how strong they are as squads, being able to, you know, adapt to how that circle changed, because for the first half of the game, pretty much, half of the circle was water, so very impressive from all of those teams. And the standout play, come on, it's got to be Steezy with that nice little 3K at the end.
Oh, I loved everything that we saw moving into the end game, but taking a fight out in the open, that was the recipe for disaster. You had the numbers advantage moving in there, and Steezy, boy, Steezy figuring out how to capitalize, and you just heard the energy coming off of him too. He was like, yeah, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something along the lines, if I was nervous, I might have gone for one, but I knew I could get them all. That's what you want right there. That's what you want in a player, to know whenever you're in a clutch situation, they can get it, and boy, he did.
And that's the thing I love about Steezy in particular, just the pure confidence he radiates. He even after having a bad game, I spoke to him, you know, in the qualifiers, and I've harped on about this so much yesterday and today. But T8, in the qualifiers, in the RO16, they had a horrible day one. It was a 2-day qualifier. Day one, I think they were like in 14th position or something crazy like that. And in day number 2, they moved all the way up to first. It just shows how much of this game comes down to your mindset, your attitude, and I think Steezy is like a huge proponent and a perfect example of how having a positive attitude can affect your game so heavily. And that confidence that he just showed, he's able to back it up as well. He's not just one of those big ego guys that you see quite a lot in the PUBG scene where they just think, I'm the best, I can outfrag anyone. No, he backs everything he says up.
Well, I mean, we don't even see that as much as we used to. There used to be a lot of that, I'm the best that's ever existed, but now it's kind of calmed down into everybody kind of, there's banter, but it's more fun banter, and specifically, that's the style that Steezy brings. Yes, he's got the confidence, and he is not afraid to banter here and there, but it's never like derogatory, we'll say. That's one of the things that I kind of love whenever we look at Battle Royale, such as whenever we're looking at with PUBG. You just get to know everybody over time, and sure, they're not your teammates, but you gotta like everybody and get to know everybody to a certain extent, just to even be able to scrim, right?
Yeah,
and so,
I mean,
there just ends up being this mutual respect / banter that happens, and it's fun to watch.
I mean, you play with these teams so often, you're constantly, you know, beating each other, and, you know, some teams win one day, some teams win the other. And I think it just shows, like, a mutual respect that these teams are so well balanced, specifically in NA. Sure, you have some of these top tier teams, like the ones that are in Korea, but the things that I love in tournaments like this is that it is such a balanced lobby, it feels like, and everyone has that mutual respect for each other. Not to say that the teams that are in Korea don't have that, because obviously they do. They're all awesome guys. But let's stop talking about it for a second, and let's hop in to game number 3 of the evening. It is our final Erangel game of the evening tonight.
Oh, this is usually where things can start to get a little bit more spicy. So we'll have to see how the circles decide to favor us as we move through. Plane Path's going to be going back over from the western position, ending up over the east, coming close to Yaznaya as it makes his approach, and also making a push back over towards Rajak. So pretty centered as far as most things are considered. So if you like to go back over towards the north, the south, you're pretty fine. Unless you're the gas cans, then it might be a little bit rough to get towards military base, but everything else should be pretty much on the table.
Yeah, I do remember gas cans. They did put down that they had an alt drop. I'm just not sure where it's going to be, but it does look like they are going to be heading up to the north, potentially towards shooting range, or even Zaki here, which I think it might have been Zaki going onto it right now. I'll try and look at that, but I mean, yeah, definitely a pretty balanced plane right now.
Oh, here comes the duel coming through here, trying to make a little bit of reposition around. Trap's trying to get a little bit of a run over, but the tree of safety is going to deny it. As long as you keep the tree in between you, you know you can block the line of sight out, and it's so hard to get run over. Now the question comes into how much resources are we going to see commitment come into play? A second vehicle can allow you to come over and run over for Earth, but the other thing about it is the longer you stay here trying to run him over, you might have a couple of teammates from Jewel rolling back through off in the distance. Looks like here comes a secondary vehicle. While that tree might be able to protect you from one, it's not going to be able to protect you from two. Coming off on one angle. No, he's just going to hop out. And hey, he's got a gun. That's not fair.
No, that's unfortunate. And Sharp Shot going down as well, getting bolted out by Rain now. This is so rough to start for Duel, as they only have 2 players left up. Ethan all the way over on the west. Wooly wanted to come in to provide some support, but it just wasn't enough, and that is so unfortunate.
Sharp Shot
what
getting
a start.
bolted is got to burn just a little bit of Sharp Shot soul right now. Rain's got vision, gonna go ahead and take the shots back over towards Wooly, but we know that Wooly is near on invulnerable in these early stages. Somehow he manages to survive for forever, no matter how much somebody manages to shoot at him. But Circle's gonna pop, and there you go, Chunks. Looks a little bit more friendly this time.
Can I point out as well, Rain has a hollow, and he just hit like a 200-300 meter bolt shot on towards Sharp Shot. Sharp Shot has got to be so tilted right now, honestly. But I mean, yeah, you said it, pretty balanced circle. Everyone should be able to get where they want to go. But at the end of the day, there is still Everest inside here, and I don't know what it is with PUBG, but I feel like Everest just must have a pull on it, some magnet hidden underneath, because there is always that possibility of a big hardship. And oh no, Team Bliss now, they are just sending it in over towards Duel. Wooly's trying to get away, but Textile here with the Scar tries to go for the spray on towards him. The headshot lands, it's so close, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill just yet. Heifer hops out, takes down, Wooly flushes it out, as now only one player left up is going to be via Ethan, and he is all on his own in this compound. And you know what? This is what I love about OC players. They are just so confident with every play they make, and I love Team Bliss for plays like this.
Well, Bliss is going to prove me wrong. I'm over here talking about how he's near invulnerable in the early stages, but what are you going to do whenever 4 people roll up, take you down, and then even blow the horns as they're running away? Just like, yeah, okay, we're done. Now let's just go ahead and Mad Max it another direction and see if we can find some more people to run over or kill. Bliss is feeling it right now.
I love Team Bliss. They are one of those such a confident team, you know, in everything they play in. And it's so nice. I've said this so many times, but it's so nice to be able to get to see these OC teams and these OC players like playing on the NA scale, because I feel like that is one of those scenes that not enough NA people get to see, because there are just some amazing players that come out of it, and it is by far one of the most entertaining scene to watch. So shout out to 303 for organizing this awesome event, you know, getting all of these teams together and, you know, giving us a show, really.
I just feel so bad for poor Wooly. I mean, he wanted to go loot, man. That's all he wanted to go do, and they're just not even gonna let him do it. Not seeing a lot of big rotations coming into play just yet. Everybody's very comfortable with this circle. Keenan's slow rolling his way down, cutting off the engine, seeing if maybe he can creep up over here. I think he might have spotted out somebody from STS. If not, he might be able to get the jump onto him. We haven't seen him hit the gas just quite yet. Is Casagrande going to be able to hear anything that's going on? Doesn't look like it's still inside the loot sections, and Keenan's already outside of his vehicle, so he might have gotten himself into a nice little bit of a position and maybe get a tricksy kill back over towards STS.
Systematicos as well. They're 2-2 split. They have 2 players all the way up in ruins right now, and Systematicos, they've been landing at this drop for such a long time. Keenan through the tree, nice headshot on towards Casagrande, finishes out the job. Dieter's all the solo player left up, but now he is up against the full 4-man squad of Veritas. He goes for a big spray, does take out Michael, but now Veritas are gonna have his number. Big shots landing from Jazza as Dieter's all just doing what he can to try and disengage from this fight.
No matter how you look at this, Casagrande is in a world of trouble, probably going to be flushed out. And why is it always Michael? Michael is always the guy whenever he humps out of the vehicle. Somebody has the angle and takes him down. That's kind of the risk of being the breacher guy, but you can see the 3-stack just rolling through from Veritas on the hunt. Casagrande up on the top of it. Zitsor trying to get a little bit of an idea on what's going on. I like how he's playing the outside of this, trying to see if maybe he can play this a little bit more patiently. If he can win a couple of these one-offs and maybe get himself enough time to reload, but kind of like hiding around and scampering around to different positions, he might be able to get a little bit of vengeance back over for more of his team.
He's playing it slow as well now. Systematicos, they're going to be moving in from the northwest as well. They're sending teammates over towards Ribeiro, but it actually looks like T8 could potentially take shots over towards them. Ditazor just playing it nice and slowly, holding this edge, and it doesn't look like Veritas going to be getting too aggressive here, and that could be the downfall, but it's actually Detonator that gets the third party, flushes out Casagrande. They have to know there's a fight going on at this compound now, as the mini shots start to rain through. They can't quite connect, but Systematicos are going to have a bit of a rough time pushing onto this, but Ditazor, nice knock on towards D-Treats now. Not going to be able to flush it just yet, but I mean, Veritas are going to be looking for this, but no, Keenan goes down as well now.
Big plays coming out from the range. It's going to be T8 inflicting a lot of damage onto this fight. Rez looks like it could have him back over for Keenan at the time, but you can see Systematico's already finding themselves with the angles to work with, and I think that they managed to figure out exactly what's going on. Just still rolling back down through the hillside. They didn't know where the two members of Veritas are going to be posted up at. And Jazz has got the hot top angle, trying to look back over towards this. Very aware of the approach angles that could be coming back over towards him at the time. T8 doesn't really have the angles to work with to provide any more support in what's going on. Really just content in having made a terrible day back over Veritas. Keenan's down for a second time, tries to go for the spray, does manage to connect to it, has a grenade go off in his face as he's trying to go back for this res. This is going to be very, very quick. As you can see, everybody from Systematicos making the push back over towards the stairs, and it looks like the res should come out in time, but it is going to be close to try to get those meds back off before everybody from Systematicos flips through that door.
Oh, Veritas, this fight is just turned around. I wish they just maybe pushed a little harder, but it's not going to work out as now Systematicos are going to be able to push on towards this. The Molotov connects over on towards one. Doesn't quite take him out. Veritas, they are pinned down. T8 crashing in as well. As Zealot takes down Titazor Ribeiro, the last one left standing now, doing everything he can, and it looks like potentially could just try to dip out. As Keenan takes down Steezy, going for the flush, can't quite confirm it, and I think Veritas realized the third party's coming out, and actually at Crash, they were taking long-range shots on towards this. It looks like they could potentially be sending a vehicle in towards this as well, but Jazza now, he gets caught with the headshot. Him and Keenan just making this final stand as long as possible, as now, I mean, Systematicos, they are in such a rough position, and Veritas can kind of hold right now. If T8 want to make a push on towards Veritas, they have to push through Systematicos.
Well, there's kind of a new unofficial three-man squad that's holding down that building at the time. They've got a solo that's still up for Systematicos, and then we've got Jazza and the Veritas holding down. So if T8 wants to make the push into this, they still only have one-man advantage. We've got floors coming up, and Veritas has the high ground to work with, and Ribeiro holding up for Systematicos back over towards the south, or towards the bottom of this, is going to be able to hold this up for quite a while. We do have NEA that's kind of rolling around through the outside of this, but that doesn't look like they want to be involved in the firefight other than just taking long-range shots back over towards it. I believe that might have been Steezy that they just managed to tap back over towards. So with this, Detonator looks like he's going to use this opportunity to creep forward just a little bit more. No angle showing up just quite yet. Ribeiro's trying to make his push back up the top of the stairs. That's going to be a problem. Keenan doesn't quite manage to see it. So lift back down, tries to get the shots back over towards it. Jazza does get flushed. It's going to be a run back over towards Keenan, and he goes down. Veritas is the first to be eliminated. Tries to go for the play on the outside of it, but there is nowhere to go. T8 is waiting with open arms, and two teams instantly drop down, making us have 14 still up and active.
You know what, T8, I love the confidence that comes out from them. We heard Steezy last game. He said, look, I only take fights I know I can win, and they just proved it right there. They sent it in. They did so much damage. They stayed up, but let's not count out Enigma, who are down on the south onto them, and it looks like Beams is going to be trying to get a line of sight, but we see so many fights kicking off now. Gas cans making across that bridge with Nightly very close by, going to be looking to try and catch a couple of those players out, as Oldler's getting tagged up a little, not too much. The circle centers up over towards kind of T8's area, so this is looking good for them, but I mean, most teams not inside the circle right now.
Yeah, with this shift back over towards the east, that means most teams are now going to have to make a quick rotation back over. You see teams like NEA already in good position. Actually, T8 get rewarded for positioning as well. Honey Badger trying to take a couple shots back over towards Nightly as they're making their rotation. A ton of teams back over towards the south are trying to cluster and going to be right up on top of each other. That's going to be just making their pros. SG, Dodge, I believe we're also going to see Fable and potentially Duel all make approach back over from the south. Back over towards the west, it's going to be ATC, Old Times, Nightly, as well as Gas Cans trying to make a roll back over there, as well as Bliss looks like they are contemplating making the rotation around Everest.
Yeah, as the circle does start to close in a couple seconds, that southern side is just looking so stacked. As we do see Synergy, Fisher going to be heading in towards Songqing, and we could potentially see a bit of a seat swap coming out. Not going to be the case, but I mean, just too easy. They've kind of gotten in the middle of Synergy right here, so it is going to make their push a little bit rough in the grand scheme of things. Randy moving up towards Fisher to try and group up with his teammate, but this southern side is just looking so stacked in terms of how many teams there are, and I'm sure at least some of them might just end up sending it into Pachinki here.
That's the problem, is you don't want to come into Pachinki just quite yet, but when there's no options, you just got to make do with what you can get. See a couple of long-range peppering in shots coming at vehicles as they're making their approach. No big conflicts just quite yet. Really, it's a lot of scouting that's going to be the key factor. If the scouts can get into position, not die as they're trying to make their approaches, that's where we're going to see a lot of safety coming in. Gas cans approaching back over towards the north. You can see Traps still trying to make a push back over through the Badlands, catching a little bit of air as they make their approach. But they have to be careful as it's going to be Old Times. It's going to have vision back over them. But Old Times is very caught up looking back over towards gas cans. I don't know if they really have spotted out the entirety of the approach that's coming up from back behind them. Finally, they do manage to see it. Selfish does look back over towards the angle. But it might be a little bit too late as that's going to be a very close approach. But no, they're just going to retreat back away from this when they say a couple of shots are going to be too much. Well, maybe looks like they're just going to opt into playing in the dip and maybe just take a couple of shots back over towards it. But that is pretty close.
Osastrapalos inside a very little dip right now, but they're all stacked together. Out comes one nade. Is it going to be close enough? It looks a little short, but it does some big damage over on towards one as now Osastrapalos. I think they realize they're in a bit of a bad position in the grand scheme of things. They've got a very small dip to be able to play, and if Old Times can land a couple of well-placed nades, this could be big, especially if a team does decide to take the hill down to the southwest, and it actually looks like Astrapalos, they're going to try and dip out of here. Nade lands big though on towards them as Execs with the knock on towards Noah. As we do see, they have decided to split up a little bit here, and this could be the saving grace for us Astrapalos, as thankfully now not just one nade will be able to take them out,
but also allows gas cans to get so much control back over towards the north. Old Times is on the hunt right now, managing to spot out a couple. Grenade's going to connect. That's actually going to be a Molotov. Exec's finding himself in a lot of trouble. Selfish goes down at roughly the same time. 5 HP, trying to get the meds back over, up and for it. Noah's off in the distance. That means that there's only a 2-man front line coming out from Trap at the time. So let's see, Exec's got the health back up, trying to find the angle to work with. Creeping up and forward, spots out one, realizes it might be a little bit too much the entire time. Selfish is bleeding out from back behind this. Reposition coming out from Old Time hasn't quite been enough yet. Molotov coming out on the other side, that's gonna connect. Get one of them down. Now is he gonna make the play back through the smoke, trying to get a little bit of peek information. Does spot it out. Knows he's got the high ground, but has to be careful. The reses did come through, and that's gonna be him going down. What is Old Times going to opt into doing now? They just keep rotating, having one of their members down in a very difficult position to play from.
We should point out the circle has shifted up to the north, so more and more teams are going to be encroaching on towards this position now, and gas cans are going to be kind of posted up on towards just too easy as Honey Badger, the solo player, playing over this hill. And this could be the downside to this aggressive split that we see gas cans playing, because now Honey Badger, he's in kind of a 1v4. Long range shots coming out. Nigium has gone down. Just too easy taking big shots, but a Crash rotating through are going to cause a bit of a distraction here. As over on the Old Times fight, we see another team crashing in. ATC losing 2 on the rotate now as William and Steezy catching them out over towards the ridges, and this is just so messy, this circle, as everyone's going to be forced together. Badger getting more and more aggressive here, but he has no support for the time being. Never mind, I spoke too soon. Oldless moving in as well as Nikos as they want to finish off this fight. Honey Badger with the Mini 14 can't quite land it, and it looks like Gas Cans potentially wanting to disengage off of this and group up together now a bit more.
Gas cans starting to do that regroup that you were just talking about. Well, kind of. They're sending 2 of their members back over towards one, but then they're going to send Oldless back over towards a different angle. The Badlands fights are still breaking out. You see a lot of throwables being a factor for that, and that's a nice toss. Not going to quite have the range for it, but at least going to cause a little bit of hesitation back over towards it. On the other side, Dodge finds themselves being rushed in on by Fabled, who's going to go ahead and give us an old school fight potentially, rolling right up into the wrong neighborhood as Finna does have the angle to get a quick down onto one. Grenade's going to bounce back in the corridor, and there is nothing to be done there. Finna's just got an angle for days and is just decimating Fabled on their approach. There is nowhere to go, and that is a complete lockdown coming out from Dodge.
What a perfectly placed nade coming out from Finna there as it bounces off the wall. Lampalot from the roof, able to peek over onto it, finishes off the job, landing big shots with that SKS now over on towards a Crash as they're going to be forced to play this top hill up towards Rozok. And now it's just going to become a bit of an aim battle here for Dodge as their focus is just going to be firing down onto as many teams as possible, trying to punish on towards them. But we do see ATC here. They've got 2 players left standing, and we see Bliss on the high ground. They're looking to try and finish the job now as nades landed down. Heifer takes down Melon and Norkins with a huge nade, and out go any trolls in chat in 12th position.
Everything is starting to calm down just a little bit Still going back on around Sunken City. There's a couple of shots there with Reed and see this. A little bit of harassment back over towards Trap, who just can't find anywhere to go. Their options right now are to deal with Bliss or to run back over next to Old Times. Old Times is just going to go ahead and get a couple more shots back into it as well. Selfish has gone ahead and found himself a nice angle to work with. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. A little bit of a retreat, but Badlands is going to be the key factor to work with. So all of these hills, this terrain, these little bitty dips, trying to navigate through all of these hills is going to be the key factor, and really trying to navigate how you're going to try to win this. You see Bliss opting into back in this position where we saw just a second ago. But now you can see a little bit of a fight that's breaking back over in Sunken City. Old Timers trying to make the push back over next to Trap. But Nightly being very patient, running their 2-2 split. Not any big concern, just kind of letting it all chill out. So with T8, not T8, sorry. It's going to be TB holding down position back over there. They've got their front two members in position. The other two need to kind of figure out where they're wanting to make their approach from, as now Gas Cans have to figure out how they want to regroup into this next one.
Yep, we do see they did run that 2-2 split. They will have control over the north, and if I had to guess from the Gas Cans play, they're kind of going to anchor a player up on the north just to make sure no one's ratting, and then they're going to group up over towards Rozok a little bit more. But we do see Bliss here down on the southwestern side. They are finally going to be playing as a 4-man, no longer as a 3, which I believe they were doing earlier on. They will be taking that vehicle in, but the question is, what can they do here, especially with T8 landing a lot of big shots. Monty going to be getting tagged up a little bit low here as he just sends it in. Heifer has himself the UAS, but it's already smoking. The question is this the right play when teams can just fire so many bullets at once? They are known for working as a team. That's kind of the difference you see here at the top level, where teams are just able to synchronize these fights. As a Kretsch now going to be losing a player to Lampalot, as Dodge fighting their best out of school, as actually Bia up on the northern side tries to make a rotate, trying his best to get out of here, and it looks like Nico's going to go for the drive-by, but he can't quite finish the job, and surely Adam's just going to be waiting for him now.
Tries to get the angle back over, and no! That's some good shots. He's like, hey, there's a potential point. I need to get everything I can. Last member up, already sitting on 2 kills. Doesn't quite manage to find it. Reinforcements roll up. It's denied! Duel, I felt that one in my soul. You wanted that so bad. You got your kill, though. I think they ended up getting it. I think Gas Cans ended up running over their own teammate for it.
That is so unfortunate there for Gas Cans, but they still have 3 players strong, and they are not slowing down. As we do see Old Times, they're trying to prevent the push from just too easy, as they do have themselves a nice little dip for the time being, but the Molotovs, they're just not able to do the damage that you really want at that range, because they just don't have the opportunity to roll. They don't have that large initial blast radius. But we do see Team Bliss. They're going to be doing their best to hold players out of Watertown, as Nightly and that final player left up from Alsas Trapalos. I mean, it's going to be rough for them right now.
Circle has shifted back over towards the north. Bliss does lose one of their members. Rain's just having grenades rain right on top of them. Near on no life to work with. Gotta see how they're going to try to play this one, but don't forget about the Trap. Is still holding down that position, kind of gatekeeping back Nightly from this point. Bliss trying to make their play back over towards it. Molotov is going to connect back down, sending a Viking Funeral back out for one of the OCE members. Trying to find a little bit more angles to work with, sitting on 5 kills right now, trying to keep their eyes back over towards Nightly, but there's not a lot of angles to just quite work with yet.
We do see Team Bliss. They're going to have to try and make their way in, so we'll take a quick listen into the comms and see how they end up playing this.
I got 10 smokes. He's got my bike, dude. Yeah, got my bike.
Where is it?
To the left.
I'm watching over you still, Tex. I think we actually do go back.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
I kind of want to go early.
Yeah.
I'm going early. Go now. Go now.
I need to wait for Hef.
Meet him. Let's go.
Make sure push.
Play
healing quickly.
Come towards us.
Yeah.
I'm healing quickly.
We just need to play this late, and then we'll have back reach on.
Yeah. You can play this little ball for now.
One of you could maybe drive to Blue Market to play the back.
Car, 120.
Car, light this up.
Yeah.
Two of them. You guys. Scratching. Heavy tags.
Key angle to the left. Key angle to the left.
Over. Red counter. Nice. One more.
Tag, green up here. Fine.
Nice.
25.
Play time. Bed up in the smoke, F.
Healing.
They're already dead.
Healing.
Yeah. Let him heal.
A nade.
Was that theirs?
Could be a different team.
Not
That
sure.
was kind of quick.
Above silent roll quickly.
You have a nade?
Use guns.
They're getting killed. They're getting killed.
Yeah.
Play time in this smoke. Even if you want to smoke.
Oh, I'm on fire still?
Oh.
How's it still there?
Oh, is the correct answer there. But that's what the purpose for Molotovs is. You throw the counter back onto the smokes. So Knightley, who'd been chasing after Bliss for quite a while, do manage to connect with it. Meanwhile, Trap, with their last number up, still trying to get a little bit more damage off, but drawing a little bit too much aggro his attention. So down to 7 life.
I love the fact that, you know, immediately we have to get out of there with Team Bliss after a death like that. You got to be a little bit concerned with those players. But we do see now Bliss were eliminated. Unfortunate, but they took TA out on the way with them. Very, very impressive. Trapalos also going to be going down as Kresh getting ready to make a peek over the top on towards this. Getting the flush over on towards Finna. There's going to be their first kill point of the game, surprisingly for them. But they're going to be in a pretty strong position to potentially make it into the late game with the high ground. But Dodge underneath could do a lot of big damage on towards this potentially.
There's a lot of very interesting angles to work from. The big thing to look at right now is really how we see NEA kind of making their push back over towards the south. With everything's kind of shifting back over towards the north, they're getting a lot of attention focused back over towards them, but they've got cover for days to work with. Everybody else out in the Badlands is all starting to get kind of clustered together, and this next circle is just going to force it even more. Crush is going to have to figure out, do they make the push back down the hillside? Do they go after Dodge? Do instead they use that hill and maybe reposition back over next to Just? It's a very difficult choice in how they're wanting to play this. It looks like they're going to go ahead, commit down the hillside, and I don't know, that's a lot of people waiting for. There's not a lot of options to work with. They're rolling down the hillside, hitting the shots back over towards Dodge, but there's not a lot of options to work with from the other angles. Somehow they're surviving through the hail of bullets that's coming back over their direction. Lampalot still trying to stay alive for his team. Grenades starting to rain back over both sides, trying to creep back away from it. Lampalot dodges one of them, but you can see Kresh slowly and steadily losing more and more life as they're trying to stay contained into position. Next grenade does manage to connect, does manage to take him down, and then there's just one for Kresh up at the top of the hill and still nowhere to go.
Yeah,
actually, no, there's two. Just barely a smidgen of life up there, huh?
Yeah, Kaishin getting caught in a very, very rough position there. He will be bleeding out. Kresh likely just going to decide to play this Roz Hill to work their way in. Knightley also going to be making a crash at the same time that gas cannons do, as Oldler's just raining down fire on towards all of these teams. They know the old times are down underneath, but look at this Molotov coming out there from Knightley. The vehicle kill coming out on towards Song Shing, but it's not going to be enough, as now old times go out on the rotate. Big third party coming out from gas cans right here as they pick up their 5th kill point of the game, and finally we're starting to see gas fragging the way we want them to.
Dan's looking back over towards the remnants of Kresh, trying to hit the shots back over towards it, and this is why I love Badlands games. You gotta make sure you're playing every single angle because you don't know where the next enemy is gonna be coming from. It could be 2 feet away from you and you never know. Meanwhile, NEA, still keep your eyes on them. All of the fighting is happening towards the north. Sure, they're not getting a ton of kills, but they are managing to keep a constant, strong position. And look at the amount of territory they have control with the vision that they managed to work with. Now starting to separate out, moving to both sides, still trying to make a little bit of a center contain going on as well, forcing all of the teams to fight amongst themselves, and they're just hoping they can walk in and pick up all the scrap.
Yep, and I mean, Enigma down on the southern side, they're going to have a pretty rough time, but they have a big split going on here as we do see Kresh. They're just going to be pinned down in this position. They're playing kind of slow. I don't think gas cans know exactly where they are, but Oldless with the good jump scout will be able to spot out Gazira, and a big nade landing down. Not sure whether it's really going to do any damage, but it's going to start applying pressure, which is what gas cans need to do right now. Kresh with only 2 players left up. The zone has shifted down to the south, so gas are going to start getting aggro on towards this fight as Gazira just moving up the hill with the Groza. Honey Badger going to be flanking far around to the side here. He could do some big damage if Kresh aren't expecting this.
If the rest of his team can continue to make noise, draw the attention away, get them looking the opposite direction, Honey Badger can capitalize off this in a big way. Spots out one, goes for the spray into it. Quick knock on top of it. Kresh now with 1 member up. You can see gas cans still trying to circle around. They don't want to over-aggress this. They don't want to step into a trap. They know that there's a little bit of a dip in there and anybody could be hiding inside of it. Stepping forward, they spot him out, and there we go. Control shifts over towards the north. Gas cans got it, but they don't have it for long. They're going to need to make their way back down south, and Just is just sitting sitting in the next dip, waiting for them the whole time. And EA is just getting more and more control over the circle.
Yeah, Enigma have been one of those squads, kind of a dark horse coming into this because, you know, new branding and everything. A lot of teams weren't expecting this, but we've seen them perform so well in the past as a squad. As we do see gas cans now, it's going to be interesting to see how they end up making this push. It looked for a second like they wanted to head over to the west, but instead pulling up the cars. And we could potentially see Just Too Easy holding them out with a lot of utility now as the Molotovs, flashes, and nades about to start landing down on towards them. The question is, though, how much utility to Just Too Easy really have left over after taking so many fights from long range, relying on smokes for such a long time? What can they really make happen here?
Gascans have managed to make the approach. They got their kills. They're sitting on 7, but you can see a lot of it is smoke utility that they have right now. So really, it's not the worst idea to just kind of let Just hang out below them, do a little bit of damage, and see if maybe they can get a little bit more control on what's going on. Sure, the closest threat to them is Just, but Just isn't walking up this hillside to come after them. That's a good way to die. Instead, continue to allow them to harass back over, let them get nervous. That's almost its own enemy as well, is where you can just take all these shots, get downs, and just has to let it all happen because they can't aggress or do anything about what's happening around them. Do note though, Lampalot from Dodge is still alive. He's back over towards the east, and he could find himself in a beautiful position to just absolutely wreck gas cans.
Oh, this is huge from gas cans. They got the opening knock on towards Just Too Easy. Honey Badger takes down a second, but the long-range shots coming in from Enigma now. They take down 2 players. Nico's the last one standing. He knows Loki's down here somewhere, but he has to run this gauntlet into this dip, and the entirety of Enigma are looking on towards it. Nico's takes down Song Shing, but Beams quickly finishing the job as now Enigma, they just want to push onto this. They think Just Too Easy are the only squad left, but let's not count Lampalot out over on that eastern side as he does get spotted by Beams. Out he goes, nades coming in, and out goes the game. Enigma with a 12 kill chicken dinner and taking all of our match statistics right there.
Boom. Told you to keep an eye on that team. Their positioning was on point. The damage that they pumped out, the 12 kills, they just kept spattering everything that was going on. Gascans had so much potential from that high ground, but it was so difficult for them to make their approach back down. And that's just based off of one, naturally, they do have Just that's in the down below them. But whenever they got the knock back over towards Enigma, they didn't capitalize by trying to run back down the hillside. These are the types of things that you need to look for. If you get the knock, you know the fact that there's going to be somebody that's going to try to go for the res. That's 2 members that are shooting at you. So that's your opportunity to make the play. And just with the positioning, Gascans couldn't find a way to get it in their favor. And so instead, just have to walk down into a kill box, and they know that there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, and I mean, Enigma just one of those teams that were able to hold out gas cans so well, playing it slow, playing it kind of reserved, but still, as soon as they noticed the position in the zone was free, they were more than happy to start spreading out and start picking up those kills. But I gotta say, huge play from gas cans as well, up on that northern side, being able to take down, I forget what squad it was, but there were 2 players left up. Amazing play. Yeah, it was a crash, sorry. But unfortunately, gas cans weren't quite able to finish the job to work down the hill, you know, in towards Just Too Easy. They had smokes, but when Enigma have a split like that down on the southern side, it's just too big.
And I mean, that's an interesting situation whenever you're looking at it, because you know the Gascans were hoping that there were some grenades, but Crash already used them all. So sure, they got the kills, they got positioning, but I think that they were really hoping for a replenishment of utility, specifically grenades, so that way they could go after the next couple of hurdles that were in front of them. But I hear a whispering that we might have somebody on the call set and ready to go.
Yeah, we have the one and only Beams from Enigma. And I mean, Beams, you guys have just, it feels like you were a dark horse for a lot of people coming into this, but you have consistently proven that you guys are a strong squad working your way up. And it feels like, you know, you're finally coming alive up against these teams that you have a lot more experience playing against. And you are really showing what you guys are made of, taking control of that zone at the end there. Very, very impressive indeed.
Absolutely, big man. Except for, you know, besides throwing games, and it's almost like we're being paid to throw, you know. So that game was cookie cutter. We should have won. I learned that one from the big homie Steezy. Shout out to my boy Steezy. Played with that man for a year and a half, and you know that compound. he was right, fed every time, you know. So we just did what we were supposed to do, which has been a struggle for us, you know, in scrims, you know, fight and duel every day. We see that we've completely broken their mental. They're just throwing games left and right. They just, I don't know what's going on with them. Shout out to the boys, love you guys still. But no, other than that, I mean, we're just trying to reel it in, play it, you know, get everybody on the same wavelength, you know, because sometimes we're way too aggressive and sometimes we're sitting there letting shit happen in front of us. Perfect example was last game against Veritas. We just let that happen and then we solo, you know. So we're just trying to reel it in, dial things in, get it ready for the finals.
You talk about throwing games. You ended that game with a grenade throw, just a perfect toss to go ahead and finish it out. I want to talk about the decision making on how you guys decided to take control over that, because you guys had so much control over the southern circles. I wanted the southern part of the circle for probably 2 to 3 circles. How did you guys manage to find, like, how are you guys managing to work together, and what was your communication like, and how you were executing that?
Well, we are over on the shelter side, and we only have 2 teams next to us, okay? We have the Milta team, and then we have the Power team. So we rotated up to Potato just to like get vision, see what was happening with the zone. We had saw, I think was Tier 8, Veritas, and STS or SDS, whatever their team name is. We had saw them all fighting in that center compound. We had no clue what was going on, so we were like, okay, if this ends poach, we went to go take the what people call as a poach garage compound, you know, just to have something over that side. And then the compound that we ended up being at for most of the rest of the game was actually free, and we knew it was free. So as soon as that shift happened, we sent it straight for it. And just like I said, learned that from Steezy. But we went over and took that compound, and we just sat there, and that's all we had to do, because teams knew that either one, it's going to be 4-man taken, or it's very hard to crash. You know, most of these teams are smart enough to know the better off sending it towards a bowl and just making sure, you know, that you have a chance to fight than smacking a compound and having 3 people knocked before you can even get a bullet off. But no, and then towards the end, I mean, we just did what we were supposed to. We held that out. We got the shift off of us. The team in front of us was actually split in the bulls. We had no clue that they were split like that. But as soon as they left, we're like, all right, we're going in. So then we take it. We just sit there, wait for a shift again, and then we start spreading, because the team on the top of the hill over on Raw side, they can't. It's shifting off of that. We know that. Circles know that. So, and even if it does go off that, all we have to do is push through. Pick a side, push through, and get it. But we ended up getting the shift again. So again, just did what we were supposed to do.
Beam's just out here beaming people, just living the life.
I love the way you're so brutal about it. The fact that you say this is what we're supposed to do. This is how PUBG is played. I really love the fact that you know what you're supposed to be doing. You know when you make mistakes, and I really respect the fact that you're able to identify them, and we've seen very quickly rectify them.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the biggest part, is you have to throw the ego aside, especially if you want to be the best. I've played college sports. I'm, you know, still playing college sports, stuff like that. And I've played competitive sports my entire life. Anybody who's played any sport knows if you want to be better, you have to truly sit down and look at yourself and say, hey, did we screw up here? And is this really a matter of like what we did? Because personally, when I talk about, you know, when we do VOD reviews and when we talk about games, I will never, ever put something that is a player skill thing, like a 1v1 situation. We'll never talk about them, because that's a matter of, because someday somebody's just going to be better. Sometimes people are just going to get the best of you, and there is nothing you can do about that, because that man's on his high horse. But what you can do is look at everything else around it that led up to it being that, and you fix everything. So then there's never a player skill issue. It's a matter of, hey, as a team, we did this and we shouldn't have, or vice versa. You know, we did this so much better than that team in that situation, which is why we won. You know, so I like to really eliminate all the player skill and just make it be whether we played this bad or we played this good. Simple as that.
Preach, sir. Continue to preach. If you are watching this right now, take that interview right there and apply it to your own games. Aim can get you so far, but realizing the mistakes that you make while moving through, when you choose to not attack, when you choose to like be passive, when you get over aggressive, those are key factors in determining a much longer span of success. And thank you, Beams. You nailed it right on the head there.
Appreciate you. Thank you guys for having me. You guys are beautiful people.
Thank you for joining us, man. Oh, bless.
I'm telling you guys right now, follow that guy on social media, whatever. He has just been continually rising star, and so much performance coming out from him.
Said shit, world bound, baby. Come on now. That's
I didn't know he was still in here.
Yeah,
okay.
You didn't know he was in here. We know you, Matrim. You're just trying to suck up to him. We're on to you, dude.
How dare me like the players that I'm casting? How dare me? How dare me?
Yeah, well, an amazing interview to wrap up our final Orango game of the evening. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. But before we do, I just want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors and supporters. First of all, Twire GG for providing all of the leaderboards, all the statistics available for you guys. Apologies, they're not working correctly right now. That is not on Twire's end. That is purely the PUBG API is running super slow the past few days. There's nothing we can do about it. I know that PUBG are working on it, so thank you everyone at PUBG Corp who is like investigating this, you know, having some late nights trying to fix it. So thank you to those guys, but a huge shout out to Twire. If you guys want to improve your game, analyze how some of the pro players play, Twire have some awesome tools for that where you can really go into depth of your games, competitive games, see the differences that are being made, and it's a really useful tool. And of course, not forgetting Fred Hutch, an awesome COVID and cancer research foundation. They're typically just a cancer research foundation, but they've been doing a lot in terms of researching COVID, researching vaccines, putting in a load of work to that. And we're hoping that maybe we can hear more from them as we go into the grand finals, because they are absolutely awesome, an amazing organization. If you guys do want to support Fred Hutch, you can click the donate button down below. And 303 have set ourselves a goal of raising them $25,000 by the end of the year, and trust me, if anyone deserves it, it's them.
I don't have anything to say. You just wrapped that one up so good. You hit every single point across it. So yes, guys, I mean, again, we said it last time. Donate. It's a good cause. You know you want to. You know it's been a rough year. It makes you feel good to donate and know that you're helping out a little bit. Do yourself a favor. Make your heart happy.
And of course, before we go, 2 more shout outs to do. Awesome sponsors of 303 itself, not necessarily just the Royale, because at the end of the day, 303 is an esports organization. We do have sponsors that we work with. So shout out to Stintsbill and Glitch Energy for their continued support.
So I think with that, are we done with all the sponsor stuff? Can we
are done with all of them. Yeah, sorry, I had to.
I need to go to break really bad because I'm not gonna lie, I've been drinking lots of water. So we will see you guys in just a few minutes.
Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. That is constantly changing. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Constantly changing. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. That is constantly changing. Always rearranging. Always rearranging. Always rearranging.
What a huge ending coming out there from all of those teams. Super impressive. And I mean, Beams with the inspirational quotes coming out. Like, I want to hear that man, you know, whenever I lose a game in PUBG, I want to have that man in the Discord, you know, motivating me, hyping me up. Because, I mean, he is such a positive talker, honestly.
And again, it goes back into, yeah, this banter, but that's the fun banter. It's always with respect. And that's what you love, especially whenever we're looking at these cross-regional style events like this. Everybody knows each other. And this is not the first international that has had multiple different regions coming together, to say the least. So it's always fun to see these guys get together, have fun, and specifically passing on knowledge like that. Like, that was one of the big mistakes that I made whenever I first started playing first-person shooters a lot. Was I always thought it came down to the aim. Your movement and your decision-making process that Beams was talking about is the key factor. Your aim can be great, but what's the old saying? All aim, no brain, can only get you so far.
Yeah, that would definitely describe a lot of players' style of play back in the day. But I do feel like, you know, as PUBG has come along, more and more people have definitely learned that, and they've started playing a lot smarter. But it is game number 4 of 5 for the evening. We are here on Miramar.
Yes.
And the thing with Miramar is, even when you have these kind of standard planes that everyone's like, oh, everything's going to be fine, you know? With that land ratio, it always throws a spanner in the works, I feel like. There's never a good zone on Miramar.
Yes and no. I mean, there's like the big problem that I often see is whenever you get a center circle, it's a lot more tricksy than people think it is. And it's due to that hillside, that cliff facing that's just north of Picado. So whenever you enter with a centered circle, it's not really center and it's not as easy to traverse as it feels like it should be. And I think that's the key factor whenever you're looking at Miramar. I think it was Toffees who said it and who hit it very well. He was talking to one of the players one time and they had told him that Miramar very favors north to south movement, not so much east to west movement. And once you start trying to approach a lot of your movement in that fashion, you'll find a lot. But speaking of approaching movement, looks like Systematico is finding themselves in another little early game skirmish as Barrio is finding himself firmly surrounded. He does have a little bit of tension. He's got a teammate over there with him, but firmly, well, actually, this is kind of a 2v2 stack. The rest of ATC did go back down the hillside. So it's a matter of quick looting right now and trying to defend up. Spots out, goes for the spin back around. Quick pickup back over towards Marcelek.
Marcelek going down. Light Show now going to be the last man to make a stand. 2 players here for Systematicos. His Detosaur will be going down, quickly getting flushed out. But Ribeiro, he's only got 12 bullets, so he needs to make them count. Because, I mean, his secondary right now, it's going to be that double barrel, and we all know it's not the strongest here. Ribeiro does have himself that level 3 vest, as now ATC, they're working their way up. Wintermelon and Nork is both working their way up this ridge. They know roughly where Ribeiro is going to be. Light Show should be calling this out to the rest of his team as Ribeiro just getting more and more aggressive. He spots the shadow and spots out Light Show. Down he goes as Ribeiro, he needs to try and loot up now. ATC just making the push as fast as possible, but it's not going to be fast enough.
Run.
Now, Systematicos, they are so long away. He might actually be able to disengage as he works in towards that concrete. He's trying to get himself some ammo. Melon takes the shots up top as now Ribeiro, he's finally going to get some bullets for his weapon, but how much is it really going to count for when you have 2 ATC players just sending it over towards you?
Oh, yeah, there was no options for that one. So 2 for 2 exchange, and it looks like the hillsides here are going to be aplenty with action just on the outside of San Martin. So quick regroup coming up from ATC gives them the top of the hill, and it looks like Fable's been kind of hearing what's going on, is rolling right in between them. So Finn is going to have to find himself to be a little bit careful. Separation is going to come back out. Also should be noted, both these teams are playing around San Martin, which can sometimes be hazardous to leave in general. And running out of this position now with just 1 member up, Casa Grande is going to be a problem for Systematico, so they have to be very careful, especially given the fact that the nature of the terrain around them. Hey, we were talking about center locations and how that hillside just north of Picado can be a problem. Well, Veritas has got that under control right now. Duel looks like they're going to move to the foothills, but don't be surprised if you see a lot of teams back over towards the south, really taking long, wrapping rotations inside the circle.
Yeah, and speaking of teams down to the south, we do see Synergy here. They're going to be pulling up in a nice little compound, getting line of sight, and potentially down on towards Picardo. We do actually see in Picardo, Osastrapalos did manage to take control over that, as yesterday they were getting heavily challenged by Fury. So that's not going to be the case anymore, as they're not going to be in this group. It'll be interesting to see how that switches up tomorrow with Osastrapalos out of the matches, not going to be playing tomorrow, and Fury going to be back in, and they should be able to get that drop spot. As I mean, Duel, they're just rotating in nice and carefully, but Keenan is going to be up that hill, and it's going to be interesting to see whether he can potentially hear the vehicles moving up here for Duel.
He's got a lot of different angles that he can work with. The rest of Veritas is kind of repositioning out. When you play the high ground, you usually make an assumption that somebody's going to take the low ground buildings. Sometimes that's its own added benefit, because whenever somebody drives along this corridor, you can kind of double up on them and get a lot more damage out based off of that positioning. Just doing a regroup, they were playing back over next to Hacienda. Looks like they're going to make a little bit of an eye back over towards those buildings near water treatment, which can give quite a bit of vision. So a lot of the power complexes in this circle tend to be more towards the north, and that's why you're seeing a lot of the teams kind of spatter around this position. And look at that rock just coming out of nowhere. I know, dude, it just blends in. Well, just driving along, checking your map, trying to figure out which one of the best compounds you want to go to in the circle is, and then rocks just come up out of nowhere. It's just earthbenders all over this game.
I feel like Miramar, it likes messing with you. I swear that Miramar, there's got to be something in the code that just randomly generates rocks all over the place, because no matter where you're driving, you will bump into a rock. It is determined. As soon as you lose attention, you look. Oh, actually, big shots coming out from Ella. She lands two now over on towards Songxing, as he tries his best to seat swap and potentially go for some DMR shots. They don't quite land, unfortunately, though. I mean, big shots coming out from Kodak here, going to be returned it on towards Hella, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Just Too Easy actually want to take this fight now, because Kodak's looking confident, but he will be moving back to that vehicle, and Just Too Easy looking like they could potentially try to group up at that compound over to the east.
Fabled's defensive line and positioning really can capitalize based off of this hillside. You can see, I believe it's Sock that's trying to make a little bit of a rotation around, and then you have Nidjem that's kind of playing back down over in this other secondary drop-off that comes into play. That's why there's so much strength in the compound that they're playing. It's very difficult to approach. The only inherent problem with it in this specific circle is that it is pretty far north. So there is a good chance that you'll have to rotate away, but look at the vision and control. Two different dips to play around, and no, poor Casagrande over there. He's just trying to survive. Just leave him alone, you don't want to go here. Just keep on going. It's fine. This is too close to Fabled's location anyway. Just let Casagrande hang out, doing the modern Miramar version of bathroom camping.
And I mean, let's not forget as well, Systematicos, they lost a player early. They do not want to be getting caught out like this. I'm not even sure whether Systematicos have any more players. I can't see them on the map anywhere. Is he the last one up from Systematicos here?
He is the last one up.
Unfortunate here.
After the fight that happened in the early game, he was the last one alive. So ATC still has their two and San Martin to work with, but Casagrande's... He's gonna have some work cut out for him. I don't even know if he has a vehicle. I think he might have ran to that position, so we'll have to keep an eye on how he rotates through. Most of our team's already inside the circle and very, very center favored, as want to do in Miramar. Most people run in the geometry, trying to get as close to position as they can. Enigma, and it's going to be Bliss, being the team is really not yet settled on position at this point. A couple of the teams just doing small repositions further out. As you can see, it's going to be Nightly. I believe that's going to go ahead and step a little bit forward with, I think it was Kite and Sneak Attack, just to go ahead and get themselves a little bit of a 2-2 split. So with everything kind of posting up the way that we're looking, there's vision to work with, but this is kind of where Miramar calms down for a bit. I love Miramar specifically for the late game. It always feels like there's potential for options to be played unless you just end up in that wide open field. But there's all these like tricksy rocks, things that you can hide behind. But that does lead to the earlier sections of the game being a touch slower. The one thing I did want to point out to you though, Chunks, is that Veritas is still controlling that hillside that I was talking about that's north of Picado. But they also are still looking back over towards the west as well. Jazza being the only member that's still kind of looking back over towards Cresh's position.
Yeah, I think they realized that we can see a lot of power grid finishes off this kind of circles. They do have to be a little careful. So, I mean, Jazz are just going to kind of be anchoring down here. And it looks like they potentially want to send D-Treats in to try and up. However, they haven't kind of got that choke point onto the teams coming out of Picardo, as Os Astropalos have been able to make their way up that hill and could potentially cause some issues here into the late game if the circle does end up going down here. I mean, we see a lot of teams grouping up, but real quick, while there's a bit of downtime, I do just want to confirm that we've mentioned about the leaderboards a couple times so far tonight. I just want to confirm to everyone, the PUBG API is currently down, which means we most likely won't be able to get any leaderboard updates this evening, so apologies for that. But we do see Finna here. He starts to open up on towards Kresh now, and I mean, big knock coming out here as Kresh. They are very split.
They might be able to get this res. Depends on how much Dodge wants this. The problem comes into play is if Dodge wants it really bad, they might regret this. Veritas has got themselves a couple angles that they can play with as well. So if they overextend onto this, they're going to find themselves with a couple of problems to contend with. Later, it looks like he's just going to go ahead and retreat away from this. They can just defend this hillside and deny anybody from a Kresh to make the approach onto it and potentially get the kill that way. But somebody could just opt into taking a couple shots and finishing it out. But there we go. It's just going to go ahead and be finished. Rotate back away from this point. Now, circle is about to pop, and that is going to be the factor. Next 2 seconds, the pop is going to make it shift, and it just stays centered up. Hillside still being a huge factor. A couple of our edge teams going to have to rotate in, but it's not a lot. But real estate just got a lot tighter, and you got to get to know your neighbors real well.
Yeah, speaking of like edge teams, Team Bliss right here absolutely lit up. They took the fight on towards Fabled as they did get an opening knock on towards Hella. T-Sock actually able to spot out one, but the fire getting returned as he's forced to keep his head down. And Nate playing this side angle, tried his best to get LOS on towards Textile, but nothing quite landed. Monty is going to disengage from this as now he moves back up towards his teammate. T-Sock getting caught yet again as Nate forced to back off. Greg Shot has to hold this northern side and start making something happen here for his team, but he's just going to back off. He's throwing down smokes and Fabled. They are running scared right now.
They had the high ground advantage, but they couldn't quite capitalize off of it. Every single time they went for the peak, the headshots just connected. Good play coming out from Bliss. Good awareness on how to take the high ground position. But now they've just got the dominant position. We were talking about how strong these different points around this section of the map are, and now Bliss is just exploiting it back down towards poor Fable. They still have 2 members up, but not a lot of options to work with based off the angle coming through here. Do note that gas cans are taking very long range shots into this as well. You can see tracers coming through at distance right now. That's going to provide a little bit more cover and a potential that we might be able to see Fabled get into a position to survive from. The problem is Fabled doesn't have a lot of options to move out from this position now, as from one side they've got gas cans just on another and Bliss that's just right up on top of them.
Yeah, but we did see Greg Shot. He got a nice opening knock playing this side angle. Heather's going to be looking for it, and there it goes. Down goes Greg Shot, and now Fabled with only 2 players standing. Bliss are going to be looking to get aggressive here.
Oh, there's nowhere to go. Sock's trying to make his way to some type of cover, and Nate's on near on no life. Just a swift breeze can knock him down. He goes down inside of the exchange. Bliss has got control for days up here, but now we're starting to see just having angles to work with as well. This is going to provide a little bit more control for what's happening. And Sock's just trying to run away from this position, but Just is going to have a firing line back over towards Manuel. He's not going to have anywhere to go, so he's just going to feed that last kill back over towards Just, almost as like a middle finger, like, you may have killed my team, but I'm at least going to give this last point to somebody else.
Yep, and I mean, Veritas also going to be picking up a point now as they do connect on towards Pippa's Synergy. They are just going to be absolutely pinned down, and this just shows how strong of a position Veritas will hold him right now with this split. Plenty of teams have moved in down to the south, but Veritas have noticed this. They've moved so that they're not so widely split as Duel, Los Astropalos, and Team Synergy are all going to be moving in towards this now. So they're all trying to get angles, but honestly, I don't think any of them really need to fight. They all have some pretty good dips, and I think most of them are just worried in case other teams crest over. Is actually Textile from Blitz opening up again over on towards T8, but Danny going to be flushing that one out.
So one thing to note, we still have this split coming up from Veritas, who has a strong control points that they're playing from. They're essentially running a 2-1-1 split, and a crate is landing back over next to Keenan. That's going to give them a little bit more control. Enigma's trying to make their approach back over from the west. It looks like Jair's going to be coming up from back behind them. But it's really just about the positioning inside the next circle. It's going to shift back over, still keep San Martin and Hacienda in play, as well as this hillside. This is a super difficult section of the map to work around, Chunks.
Yeah, especially with all of these little dips that are kind of on this cliff, then you kind of have to make this commitment early, and it kind of is similar to what we said about cities, where you have to get the right timing onto the rotate. You're taking kind of a gamble based on how much you've played the game, on how the zone's going to go, because if you stay on the top of this cliff and there are 10 teams down at the bottom, as soon as you try to move down that hill, there is no cover. Even if you're in vehicles, they are gone in just a matter of seconds here, as Fish are going to be getting caught out now for Synergy. The Orm actually being left behind, but leaving the ammo. That's an interesting one, I have to say. But we do see Synergy. They're going to be moving. Veritas finally grouping up now, as they will start to take some shots over towards Randy. Nothing quite landed. Michael just playing down the hill, trying to get a little bit of info, but actually Old Times from range landed some big shots on towards him.
So we're seeing a big shift back over towards this hillside. Veritas is starting to have way too many targets to contend with. You can see Justice rolling back up onto one of the duos as we speak. Back over towards the north. ATC is making a quick pass as well. Dietrich decides to let the first two go. Take the shots back over towards the third. Does manage to connect. He's going to go ahead and take down Nedjum as... Gonna have to see what's coming back out. Just doesn't have very many options to work with. Now starting to make their way back over towards that hillside, but they're gonna find too many enemies. Kodak goes down as well. Look, was the last one up, doing a quick peek battle back and forth around the positioning, trying to see if they can find something to work with. But don't forget, Veritas also might have an angle to work with, trying to hit the golf shot down the side of it. Randy goes down as well, but there is a nowhere for Just Too Easy to go, as they are now picked up. Veritas looking back over towards that positioning, and ATC starting to get a little bit more brave back over towards this angle as well.
Keenan just landed a perfectly timed nade on towards low key. Going to be eliminated, that final player from Just Too Easy. And this is an interesting play coming out from Melon right here as he starts to work up over these boulders. He will be getting caught out with a lot of shots from execs from Old Times. So it looks like instead he's going to be forced back down the hill. I mean, we should point out right now that over on the western side, Enigma are kind of getting posted up to hold out Os Astropalos, but they have already lost players. Hello Senpai and Ripper appear to be the only two players left standing right now. It's Hello Senpai getting caught by Michael from range as well. This is rough now as JR and Ripper, the two final players, kind of holding off this force of Os Astropalos, and we've seen them absolutely pop off. And today they are starting to come alive. They know that they only have 2 games left because they're not going to be playing tomorrow in the groups, and they have to make something big happen, work their way up this leaderboard before it's too late now.
So with this, Enigma is finding themselves in a pincered position. They've got Veritas that's taking the firing line back behind them. That's allowing SG to go for a little bit of a reposition as well. Do you know gas cans back over towards the east? I was about to say, if this shifts back their direction, they have very strong control points to play from. So now everybody that's hanging around San Martin along these hillsides that we've been talking about for so long has to regroup, and you can see people are hopping in vehicles to move fast. Do note though, a key component inside this is in the low ground. Duel is running a 2-1-1 across that hillside. Kresh was going to be their target. They don't pick them up. Now it's a matter of teams trying to move into a very open terrain piece. There is just a cliffside back over towards the west of the circle, and Hacienda, and then a whole bunch of nothing you don't want to be playing in. So teams like any trolls in chat have got to defend this high ground. They cannot let people cluster around too much down below them. Otherwise, they're going to have too many targets, and they're just going to be dismantled from too many different angles.
It can't just be me who wants to see Norcus pop a big nade right now as he goes for the spray on towards Lamp a lot. He will not be able to finish it off, but Lamp gonna go down to full damage right now. Systematicos, they still have a player inside this this dustbin right here or whatever it is, as actually Danny G getting absolutely lit up. The big nade comes out. Is it close enough? Not quite. It takes Danny so low, but they don't know that Casagrande is gonna be inside.
This is your time, Casa.
And surviving. Just pop up, please, Casagrande. Get some big kills. We want to see it happen, but Melon up on top. He might actually be able to get LOS on towards Casagrande here if he's not too careful.
Casagrande, you have been waiting for forever. You are inside the safe zone, and you can play for position, that's true, but you also have the chance to get a couple of things off right now. Melon did go down inside of the exchange that's going on, so Norcus is having to retreat back over there towards it. Veritas, oddly enough, still taking their time, making sure that nobody's coming in back behind them. Gas cans know that they have control back over towards the north, so no rush as well. Duel being one of our few moving teams at the time, just because they're having to make it through that little hill terrain that's just towards the north of Graveyard. Nightly does still have their position that they can play from. But look towards the north. Back over towards Gas. We have T8 making their move back in over there. We've got Bliss making their move back into this position. There's going to be a lot of teams trying to encroach in this area where we see Gas Cans trying to hold down. But do note that Kresh is just towards their south as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Gas Cans have such good control over Hacienda, a really confident split coming out from them. I mean, it's going to be good, but one team I kind of want to focus on for a minute is going to be Veritas, because they have a pretty rough rotate in here. So let's take a quick listen in towards their comms.
I'm flashing over, I'm flashing over, I'm flashing, I'm flashing.
2 in front of me, 1 HP. Guys, a push. There's 3 there, Dietrich.
I'm flashed. That guy's 1 HP, right? That guy's 1 HP.
One south all the way out to the zone.
Nice, nice.
Knock 2. Last is 5 is one south, I think. Blue markish.
Good shit, good shit. Smoke, smoke, smoke.
Get the res, get the res.
Smoke.
I'm playing for zone.
I'm smoking. I smoked.
Well played, well played.
We have
Let me
ATC
crawl
in
in, let me
blue.
crawl in, let me crawl in.
Listen, ATC blue could push us now. They could get ground on us.
Okay.
I'm grabbing the
Yo, we
helmet.
need to start getting ready to play towards yellow now. Can one of you guys hold north? Can we like move up
Yeah,
towards
I can do it, I can do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
move up towards that. We need to kill ATC, they're 2 dead.
I'm in
I
closer.
tagged him.
Dude.
I tagged
I'm
him.
in closer. ATC are 2 up, right, from early fight?
I'm pretty sure they're 2 dead, yeah.
And shot from far. I'm resetting.
Yeah, I tagged him.
I'm chilling. There's a car on me here. We have 2 cars also.
Yo, scout in towards orange.
Yeah.
Do you see anything there?
You have to
Yeah,
check
there
it.
was a guy.
Yeah.
There's 2 guys there. There's 2 guys there already. ATC's knocking somebody. What's playable in front of you?
I'm looking.
There's a ridge on blue. Ridge on
Okay,
blue
give it a
looks
shot.
kind of good if I can use car
You
cover.
could maybe pull up with the cars to blue and then reset from there. Take a fight. Take the trucks. Take
Yeah.
the trucks.
Okay.
There's a buggy here you can take, Dietrich. ATC's fighting over there.
Yeah. There's no pressure above anymore. Jazza,
It's
can
Dodge,
Is
ATC,
it good?
and
I'm
Melon
running.
all over
I'm running in. I'm running in. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Can you get ready to blast
carry your
them?
northwest, Jazza. Carry your
Jazza, get
northwest.
ready to peek blue line if they shoot me.
Yeah, look for northwest now, boys.
Use me as bait.
Can't
He's
see it,
good.
Can't see it.
Yeah, I'm pulling them on a bit left, a bit further left.
He can't see that.
Low down rock, blue mark, blue mark.
One's on a close rock. One's on a close rock. Dietrich's in a decent spot. One's on that rock, Dietrich.
They're gonna
Nade
get
that
shot from
rock. Nade the
behind.
rock.
No nades.
On
no
the low
nades.
ground. That rock, Jazza. That rock. Left of the
He's prone
smoke.
now.
That one.
Nades,
Right
I've
there.
no
Knocked, knocked, he's knocked, he's knocked.
Okay. One's far now.
Should be one up, right?
On the further big boulder. On
Careful,
orange.
Dietrich. You're getting shot from really far edge zone.
I'm healing, yeah.
He's good.
Make sure you don't lose this kill. Good crawl.
One was on the far boulder as well. Carry your car. You'll be able to play on orange, I think, as well with cars if you just get these kills and then play that. Nice.
If you get time, I'd full util on my body.
Okay.
Can you get that?
The
Joseph?
other ATC
I
guy
have
has
no
to be
juice.
wrapping north.
Yeah, he did shoot him
I'm
when
going for
he
Mike's
knocked
body.
me. He was towards blue when he knocked
I'm
the
doing
guy.
Mike's body.
Yeah, chill for now.
Okay, get
There was a
Well, a really strong push coming out from Veritas then. It looked like they were going to have a bit of a rough time, but they did manage to pull it off in the end. Now they have to worry about that final ETC player, but we do see Gas Cans eliminating a Kresh really well. 10 kills for Gas Cans right here. We talk about them having some absolutely huge games. It's looking like this might just be one of them, as Dietrich's going to be able to find that final ETC player. Old Time do what they can for the third party. Down goes Dietrich. Jazza the last one up. Need some flashes coming down, but it's not really going to be enough to slow down Old Times for the time being.
When everything was going on, Gas Cans just decimated all the teams back over towards the north. That's how they managed to stack up so many kills. Also did want to give you an update. Casa Grande, we were watching you the whole time. You did manage to pick up a kill before going out, and it was on to Dodge, so we'll play back over towards that. Now, Old Times got to make their way down the hillside. Veritas, same boat. Nightly, in a great position right now. A little bit weakened, but nothing too much to worry about. Duels back down towards the south of the circle with a lot of control on a hillside to work with. Gas Cans, Duel, all going to be looking back up this hillside in Old Times. Veritas, Jazza, you are going to have a problem working your way down this hill.
Yeah, he's gonna have to run the gauntlet, and with Old Times holding him down on the bottom, it's gonna be rough. Not to mention gas cans with the long-range shots coming in over towards Old Times as well. But we do see Duel, they have managed to make it in just about. Sharp Shot playing this rock, but Kite from Nightly with some big shots over towards him, trying his best to land it. And I mean, gas cans now, they gotta be wondering how exactly they're gonna play this, because realistically, they don't have the best positions to be able to work with as Old Times. They're just gonna send it down the hill, and I'm sure a lot of fire about to come out towards them. Are they going in towards Synergy? No, it looks like they might just play this ridge for the time being. Throwing nades over towards Synergy, trying to land something, but nothing really working out for them.
Gaskins makes a quick reposition back over towards the south of their last position, now back over towards a very strong defendable hillside to the east. They do have to be wary as two members from Duel are making an approach back over behind them. They've got an eye on what's going on, but poor Jazza with the reposition coming up from Old Times. He's the last guy on the hillside, and every single person alive is looking his direction. I like the idea on that. Just feed it back over towards blue. So with this, now you can see a little bit of a reposition coming up as Gaskins trying to go aggressive back towards positioning, but they have to be super careful because there is still the 2-2 that's back down below them with Wooly still looking up that hillside. But Gaskins looks like they're kind of feeling it. They're just rolling down on top of this. They're making the tosses. Nikos hits over towards one of them. They're just going to jump out, flush one, get control. Nikos is going to go down inside of the exchange. Wooly back down behind this, but they have so much control back down in this position. Duel was wanting to have this, and now they are on the back foot. They have to figure out how they want to approach. Are gas cans even going to get the res? Look at the smoke line coming through. Nobody has an angle on this except for Duel.
That was such an amazing play from gas cans. They identified that Sharp Shot was down on the rock, and they quickly adjusted their rotation accordingly. Wooly getting spotted out now as well. Down he goes. There's two players left up from Duel. They are going to be very split. Adam appears to know that Ethan's going to be up top, but it's going to be Kite that takes him down. Fourth, the final player left up for Duel, and he's just going to be forced to play kind of slowly. But that's not a position you want to be in against a team like gas cans. They are not afraid to just W key onto this fight and get aggressive when they know that you're a solo, but for the time being, they are just kind of throwing out smokes, letting Honey Badger and I think that's Oldless, sorry, Nikos make their way down the hill. Sorry, the map was a bit messy for me there. But I mean, Old Times, they're out kind of playing this ridge, Nightly looking to try and pick up some kills on towards it here. As now gas cans, they need to get these two players down the hill. They're not quite in zone. But as Synergy start to open up fire, this could be the opportunity that Old Times needed to start the push.
Well, with everything that's been going on, pay attention to how gas cans makes their decisions. It's always risk reward. They know that there's a potential they can fail. Grenade's going to go just a little bit too far to take down 4 Earth, but it's going to be a continual rain back over towards this direction. Gas cans very confident that they have control back over towards the east. Oh, Molotov's going to be a touch short, but never mind. It's going to be Nightly that says, hey, I see those feetsies, and I'm going to go ahead and take them down. Do note, gas cans are the only team inside the save zone. So now Old Times go, this is not the way we want to play this. Instead, let's focus back over towards Nightly, starting to make aggressive plays back this direction. Selfish going ahead and getting in a strong position. Do note, SG is on the other side of Old Times, but shots are starting to come through. Exec sits back over towards 1. Kite gonna go ahead and nade himself off of the throw. He was trying to get the connection with that one, but good shot's gonna connect. The grenade's gonna go ahead and polish it off because it was already inside of his hands, and now Old Times just gets to roll in with 3 back over towards Nightly's 1.
Let's not forget, though, this is sneak attack, and, you know, we've all seen some of the clips that this man posts. He is not, you know, opposed to taking a 1v3 fight and absolutely clutching it out, especially with that barrel. And he does kind of have a bit of an advantage in the fact that, look, gas cans and Synergy could potentially third party onto it, but that's going to end up punishing him. As Sneak getting lit up very low, Lekro getting taken out on the rotate by Honey Badger. Nice barrel spray coming out as he just gets ready to peek up. Sneak trying to get aggressive, but Exec's going to be able to take that one out. Selfish taking big shots over towards Oldlands. He should be able to get down behind some cover, but Old Times, 2 players left up. They've got a bit of a way to go right now.
Gas Cans has so much control with that aggressive play that they made earlier. Shots do come back over towards Nikos, take him down in a quick flush as well. Zek's the last one up, still just trying to pick up more and more points. Gas Cans, though, are starting to tunnel vision back over towards old times, and they have to be careful. SG made a quick reposition back around and might find themselves with an angle to work with. It's not going to be enough, though, as now we are just down to a 3v2. One side of it's going to have Gas Cans, and you can see Adams trying to light this one up. He needs to get the knock onto it, but no, revealed position, tries to go for a spray back over towards it, and he goes down. Now it is shifted over into a 2v2, but Gas Cans have some information to work with. Honey Badger still up and active, starting to make a play back around the low sides of these hills, flanking back around end position. Danny might know about what's going on. Adam is getting flushed out by Randy off on the other angle, but every single time they go for a peek up, it's gonna be somebody from Gas Cans with the angle to work with. Oldless is finding himself in a very pincer position, not a lot to work with. But now it's just a matter of taking a second and stopping the momentum. Gas Cans know that they have a lot of control. Circle favors them. They don't need to be the aggressors. They just need to wait out the time and force SG to come into their waiting arms and pick up the win.
Let's not forget, Gas Cans, they have that zone positions. They just have to play it nice and slowly. Adam did hold that side angle for Gas, so he was able to get a little bit of info, but by now, that's pretty much useless. Synergy have had the opportunity to go for a bit of a rotate, as now they just want to land as much utility as they can. They think that one of these players is going to be on the rocks, but that's not the case. We know Gas Cans better than that. They like playing these off angles. Honey Badger did peek his head up. That's going to give a little bit of info as the shots land down. Dan getting caught with the nade and the shots. Honey Badger finishes the job as the flashbang comes out. Nade landing down from Badger as Randy going to be the final player left standing. Preps the flashbang. Randy going for the peak, but Honey Badger cleans up, and I believe that's Gas Can's third chicken dinner so far in the group stages.
15 kills, 2,291 damage, and 11 assists to boot. That was a dominant performance. I know we were trying to keep an eye on what was going on the hillside, but in those northern fights around Hacienda, Gas Cans just mopped it up. And again, it's about being proactive, and Gas Cans knew the moment to be proactive. They made a quick push back down there. They made a risky play, and the reward is to walk away with 15 kills and a victory.
A huge game from them. We are going to have a nice little interview with the one and only Nikos. He joins us now. Nikos, I feel like by the end of the group stages, or we might have had a chance to speak to every single one of you. We've spoke to Honey Badger. We've spoke to Adam. Now we're speaking to Nikos. When do we get to speak to Oldless?
We already spoke to Oldless on the first day. He was a double-up interview with Badger. We go for the coaches next.
Oh, my mistake. I'm sorry about that.
Yep.
Sorry, man. Yeah, so we've had a chance to speak to all of you, but that just shows how strong you've been playing. You know, when you get yourself into a good position, you can pick up some absolutely huge games. But we did also see yesterday a couple of 0-point games. How do you kind of balance those out and, you know, kind of hit that reset switch from, look, we had a 0-point game, but let's get a 25-point game right now like you just did then?
Yeah, I think we just make sure we don't tilt or anything. We still stay confident as always. Just keep playing aggressive and play our style. And some days it doesn't work. Some games it does. So yeah.
I'm gonna not be a hater, Chunks, over here talking 0-point games after a 15-kill victory. I'm gonna ride it out. I'm gonna energize you back up, sir. Nikos, the decision to hop in vehicles and push into the dangerous territory, whatever you guys, I believe, are pushing back over towards Duel. Where did the decision for that come from?
Well, we've been analyzing Koreans a lot, and they like drive-buying. We think drive-buying is really broken at the moment, so just getting out cars and driving people, and it always works.
Hey, well, definitely worked that time. Big performance coming out from them. We didn't get a chance to see all of the action that happened up around Hacienda, but it seemed like you guys had a good feel on what was coming your way and managed to pick off, I believe, 2 different teams that were making their approach back over from, I believe, San Martin. Once you guys finished that, what was the decision-making process to go, okay, we're done here, what's next? How did you guys tackle that?
We knew we had to make a play across the road, and we thought they were low numbers, so as always, we got in our cars, and we just drove with them, and it worked. We kept 4 up, and yeah, just moved from there through the dips.
Well, very, very impressive play. You were able to just take really good control towards the end there. I love that push that you kind of made on Duel, and it looked to me, were you able to kind of identify Sharpshot's position and be like, look, he's a solo, let's just crash into this, go for the kills? Because it definitely looked like that from my point of view.
Yeah, we figured out Sharp was a solo, and there were two of them in the south. So, and we knew we could LOS the solo and just drive at him and just take him out and then play a spot for a little bit while the others can't really push into us.
Very impressive indeed. And I just have one more question. I'll let you jump in after this, Matrim. But, you know, it is your final game up next. This is your final game for the groups. You are in a very strong position. You've had some big kills. What is your mindset as a player going into tomorrow, potentially being there watching? How does that kind of affect you guys, you know, that uncertainty of teams that could have just one huge day and, you know, jump up that leaderboard a considerable amount?
I'm not really sure. We're not really worried about it. I think we've got enough points to qualify. Doesn't really matter what other teams qualify. We'll still play our best. Yeah.
All right, so I've got a random question for you. We often talk about the risk-reward style that Gas Cans kind of employs, and how sometimes it does seem like you guys are just like W-king it, but there's always a strategy behind it. What are some of the conditions that you guys look for whenever you're deciding to make one of your aggressive plays?
Mainly we just make sure we always have the advantage. We can just surround them, shoot them from like 100 different angles so they can't really do anything. Just take as little risks as we can, make sure we don't lose anyone in them. And yeah, pretty much that.
Sometimes you can surround with cars too. Hey, it works.
Yeah. Just drive at people as always. Shoot them out of the cars.
Exactly. I mean, and that's where we get all of our highlights, and thank you for giving them to us because we love them.
Yeah.
That's all I got, Chunks. What you got?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Honestly, Nikos, I think we're all just kind of blown away at how you guys can just have these absolutely huge win games and you just kind of completely dominate the circle. So thank you very much for joining us, Nikos. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break before we go into our final game of the evening. It's one more Miramar. Remember, 5 games per evening. We're going to be back tomorrow after this as well. And just an update for anyone who's wondering, unfortunately, the PUBG API is down, which means that leaderboards aren't being updated just yet. Hopefully, those will be fixed by tomorrow, but no guarantees. Obviously, it's the weekend, and, you know, people like actually taking time off work sometimes. So we will be back in just a couple minutes with our final game of the evening.
My car don't look like a phantom. I don't own that house in the Hamptons, and my 2 chains ain't gold at all. I can't buy you a diamond necklace. Being good with money takes practice, but somehow I don't mind at all. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Girl, let me show you the paper. I can buy that house for you later. But you say you don't need that at all. This world is ours for the taking. Just me and you got me thinking. I swear we already made it. 'Cause no one's got what we got. We hit it up on rooftops. No matter what they say, we will do this our way. We ain't in it for the dollars, no. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Nothing counterfeit with you. Just the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it. Just for the thrill of it.
What an impressive game coming out from Guadalajara Gas Cans then. I mean, they took such a strong position in that northeast of the zone, and I really don't think they were actually expecting to get the zone heading towards them in such a way. I think they were trying for that edge strategy, but you know, when the zone favors you, when the PUBG gods look down on you and gift you like that, you have to take advantage of it. And it really showed that they did. They were able to clean out so many teams that were trying to take control of those Hacienda Hills, the hills around Guadalajara Gas Cans. But in the end, Gas Cans, they just absolutely popped off, cleaned up, and being able to identify the positions that Duel were holding and take those fights so successfully, I think it shows how strong of a squad they are.
I mean, whenever you're taught gas cans, you always have to admit they're entertaining to watch, no matter what ends up happening. But one of the things is there's a method to the madness with teams like this. There's always a secondary play. Sure, the gamble is, hey, if the circle comes to us, we're in a great position, but if it doesn't, they have a follow-up plan to execute off of. The problem is, the follow-up plan is sometimes a lot rougher to execute because suddenly there's a ton of teams that are going to be moving the exact same time as they are. But they're so good at analyzing these different types of opportunities, and that's what you want to be looking for. Not necessarily always causing a fault on another enemy, but sometimes just looking for ways that maybe you can find a way to exploit what's going on specifically inside the circle and try to use that to your advantage. And I think Gas Cans is one of the teams that does that so well.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things to remember with Gas Cans is a lot of people are like, oh, they're in a horrible position. Why would they try and take that? And it all comes down, and D-Rich really broke this down a lot for me over like the qualifiers and yesterday. And it was explaining the way that they don't go for edge because they just want to, you know, spread and kill teams like the traditional like NA, EU edge style of play has been in the past, because I mean there's always been an edge style of play where people play the edge, they sweep out, they kill teams, and that's how they pick up points. Whereas Gas Cans, it's more about, look, if we get the edge and this zone doesn't center towards us, we have a good path to be able to get in wherever they want. So they have the best rotate that they want into whatever the zone ends up being. And you know, while they still can, you know, spread out and pick up some serious frags, they are very, very methodical with why they take the edge and exactly where they're going to take it to rotations.
That's one of the key factors that really everybody should try to take into the game, especially when you're playing Battle Royale or any competitive game. You have a plan A, and then you always have the backup plan if that doesn't work or something shifts against your favor. You always want to make sure that you're not always going, okay, well, if we get this, then we're in a great spot. If that's your only way to play forward, when that falls apart, suddenly everybody's just like, oh my God, and running around. And that's when doom starts to happen for the rest of your team. You can often see that whenever somebody starts to make an approach in PUBG, they move up a hillside or something else like that, and there's an unexpected team there. just waiting for them that catches them off guard, that's when the real problems happen. So always have an expectation that something is about to go awry, and then whenever it does, it's not the worst thing for your team.
No, and I think this is going to be a very interesting one right now. As I said, it is our final game of the evening, ending up on Miramar for tonight. And this is one of these groups' last opportunity to play. It is Group B's final games tonight, which means that they have to have a big game here. If they're not in the top 8, they have to have a big game. Just a reminder, I've said this a couple times just to keep everyone updated. The leaderboards are currently not being updated. Apologies about that. We can't show them on stream. You can't get them updated in chat. There are just a lot of issues right now with the PUBG API. It's currently down. Hopefully it'll be back up soon, but we're not too optimistic about that. So make sure you guys check on Twire over the next couple days while we wait for things to be updated. Hopefully they will be updated by tomorrow's games. But I mean, we see Systematicos. They're one of those teams that I believe it's their final day of games today. They're trying to take some big shots to all of these teams. And does this circle remind you of anything?
That's a little familiar last time, but we don't have ATC and Systematico fighting in the earlier stages. ATC opted to go back over towards San Martin, but yeah, this is one of the more tried and true circles whenever you look at it. Everybody should be pretty familiar with every major factor that we're looking at. Now, what most players are praying doesn't happen is a southeastern shift. Going back over to the fields around Impala is death in early stages because there's not a lot of options to work around. So as long as the circle predominantly stays away from that, or maybe over towards the north as well, that area of like just southeast of water treatment, that's where it's got all the hay bales and stuff like that. By the way, Chunks, how do they get so much hay in the desert? I'm very confused by this. Like, where's their irrigation systems at?
They must just be tumbleweeds, surely. It just must be a texture bug. These are all just tumbleweeds just rolling through.
I mean, yeah, I know water treatment plants there, but like that's not. There's no pipes running to everything to keep everything watered. I want some faucets.
I think Seal's just trying to prove a point right now. He's showing off every single pipe.
Yeah, that runs into it. Now, Seal, show me where it comes up to water everything. Do it.
Are we really gonna spend?
Do it. Show it to me, Seal. Trying to make me look foolish. Yeah. See, look. Go to those hay bales back over towards the southeast of this position, huh? Huh?
Wait, those big crane things in the south, they're where they come from, huh? How about that?
But they have them in the south,
I just
but
realized.
they don't have them over here.
Well, you know what? Who knows? Magic. Who knows? But anyway, let's look over at the map. And I mean, surprisingly, not really too much coming out right now. This is interesting. I always feel like in that final game of the evening, we all know the saying game 6 scrims, right? I feel like that always carries over to events as well, no matter what, because that last game of the evening, teams, they want to go out with a bang, especially the teams that it's their last game of the evening. So we typically see a lot more hot drops, and we could potentially see a bit of a mess down towards San Martin later on in the game. And Wooly just chilling out in the mystery machine, just rolling through, making his way down towards the south. I'm not sure what the plan is here for Duel, but they are right over in Impala. They are very far on the edge of zone right now.
You hit on a very key factor that happens a lot of times in these last games, and I believe that the technical term for them is that they can go a little wild ass. And that's just kind of the situation that can prove. We're going to have a couple of teams that are just striving to get points, and other teams that are really just looking to hurt other teams. Like another team in this situation would be Gas Cans. They get a ton of points, great. But if they can also inflict a lot of wounds into other teams that aren't going to be playing tomorrow, also great. So you see a lot of very peculiar situations. And God, I see people driving the bus, and it hurts my heart every single time. You see it just bouncing back and forth, hitting like 45 and 90-degree angles as it's trying to make its way 2 miles an hour up the hills. Oh,
you know what? As hard as it is to drive, at least it is heavily armored. So if you're ever in a situation, look, all right, if you're in one of those situations where you're like, all right, we're in a compound, we got to rotate out, every other compound's taken, we got a bus here. That's the time it shines. You just send that bus into the center. You've got yourself a mini fort right there that you're able to play out of. But we do actually see T-Sock here moving in towards Hacienda. We did see Low Key was looting it up for Just Too Easy, but he has disengaged now, going to be moving away from it. So they shouldn't be taking this fight too much. Let's not forget, though, Song Shing up to the northeast might be able to get line of sight, knowing that Fabled are working in. There's now shots coming out from Zealot over towards a Kresh, trying his best to land them over towards the rotating players, but nothing quite going to connect just yet.
I mean, there's a lot of very large rotation position areas right now, so you can notice nobody's getting hype about what's going on. There could be a couple of connecting headshots, but it's going to be a problem for them to get really a lot of knocks out of this. Really what you're looking for is to inflict damage, and maybe the next team over can hit some with it. But with the circle set up the way that it is, we're going to still see a center cluster coming into play. But it's not going to be, again, it's Miramar. The first circle, too, can sometimes be a little bit more calm in these regards. Specifically, look for teams that are playing around the Minas Generalis area, because there's a lot of pathing options that are around there. And specifically also, if we see a shift back over towards the south, we could see Los Leones hillsides becoming a big factor as well.
Yeah, and those Los Leones hillsides, they are absolutely brutal to play, pretty much all the way up to La Bendita. They are just cliffs, pretty much. But I gotta say, I love Knightley's position here, because we saw Gas Cans take a similar position yesterday, and they managed to pick up a 15-kill chicken dinner off of it. And can you blame Honey Badger for going back to that after a huge chicken dinner yesterday? It's actually almost a shame to see Knightley backing off of this, because this cliff can be so powerful in a zone like this, especially if you have a 6 or an 8x scope handy.
Well, it also depends on the amount of territory you can control. You can see that there were only 2 members for Knightley that were over there, and while it does provide a lot of options, with only those 2 members, you can't control the low ground. And if you can't control the low ground, sure, you might be able to keep people out at distance, but you're going to slowly erode any control that you have, to where if you have to shift away from that point, it could just be terrible for you, because you're just jumping down into teams that are waiting for you. Good shot there, Kite. You can see Biznex just like, oh, well, res, please. I guess I'm going to need to find another helmet as well.
Yeah, that is not great for Los Astropalos right now, as they will be getting a player knocked early. Knightley looking out towards this, but I mean, there's no way they want to make a push off this. Sneak attack is in the unpushables right now, which means he could potentially land a bit of utility down towards it, but it's just going to be a little bit too far. Going to try and catch this player on the rotate. Does land one shot, but it's not going to be enough. And I think it's very important to state here, Knightley, they had a really rough day yesterday, and today they have to make it big. It's their last opportunity. They really have to frag out right now. But we see Enigma, they're going to be rotating through as Ripper getting caught up a little bit by Songxing. The tire will be lost. That vehicle is smoking, but he is not stopping. Hello Senpai up on the ridge is going to try and get eyes on towards this as Nidium takes down JR. And now Enigma, this is not looking good for them. Ripper's gone down as well. Hello Senpai starts to open up on towards just too easy now from the hill, but he decides to back off, and now Enigma just kind of in a rough position. 2 players left up, and Bliss moving in towards Ripper's compound.
Do you note the gas cans had angle on that as well to get in a couple of tap shots to make it a little bit more difficult? But also, Enigma still has Hello Senpai and Beams up. Just is starting to make a push back over towards us as well, as it looks like they're going to commit to try to go after Ripper. So with this, we're going to see a quick cluster of people all moving back down, as I believe Old Times is also making an approach back over here. Knightley then also finds themselves in this little bit of a standoff. Remember, they've been kind of bouncing around different sections of the map, constantly on the hunt for what's going on around them, trying to get more information. But this time, it looks like they might be pulling the trigger on making a more aggressive push, going after some kills, or maybe not. That's weird to commit to that stage and then say, I don't want it anymore.
I like what they're doing, though. They do still have Fries holding that side angle, trying to catch something on towards it, and it looks like Knightley now, they want to commit onto it, but they just don't have the info that they need. Is actually Steezy going to knock his own teammate for T8 here? As, I mean, multiple fights kicking off. We won't be able to catch all of them, but I mean, T8, they are opening up on towards this now, as they did crash in towards Dodge. 2 players going to be down. Daddy G, the left one up. He's just dipping out of here right now.
Quick res, barely manages to make it back over towards the hero from earlier. Steezy going to get that res. Good pickup's going to come back over, but Knightley's going to go ahead and lose another one. Good positioning coming out. Nick on the outside of this one, as well as Fries. So going to have to be, looks like, retreat is the better part of Valor this time. They still want to pick up more. They know the fact that there's weakened team members in there, but they don't want to overcommit. Do note that Veritas is potentially in a range to decide to make a play back over towards this, and has really got their eyes beamed back over that direction, kind of listening to everything that's going on.
What is it with team nades right now? T8 just team naded, and then Los Astropalos did exactly the same. Knightley, unfortunately, not able to identify that, so they didn't make the push. But also, with Veritas moving in, they have to be a little careful. And you know what? I feel like we had this zone nearly identical yesterday, and Gas Cans in a similar position picked up the chicken dinner. But with ATC now about to make a big push into zone, let's hop in and see what their plan is here.
Corner. I'm in. Alright, we can go, yeah. So, just scout it for, I guess. Scout it for us, I guess.
I'm not getting shot at. I'm not dead, so it should be good. Okay, I'm driving close.
Yeah.
If they're
coming
anyone,
now.
I'm gonna try to C-swap.
Oh shit.
Are there the cars on the right?
No, I don't hear anything.
My
I think I'm not hitting like 210. Yeah. Talk on our right. 210. They're a bit behind though. They're way behind. We're good. They're kinda close now. Two cars. Two pickups behind us.
Holy fuck.
I'm literally beamed.
Yeah.
Can you see behind us maybe? Or
No, I'm getting shot by the cop. Can't help you guys.
So I'm managing.
I'm shooting to the tree sounds.
Yeah, we're good.
Try
to
control free. Holy shit, I got headshot.
Holy fuck.
There's people crashed us. Yeah, people left. He got me.
Oh, that's no good.
One more on us. Same spot. Pushing you. In between.
Holy fuck, bro.
Oh, I guess whenever things go a little bit wild ass, they go a little bit wild ass, and sometimes you just shoot your own teammates. I mean, again, you just got to make sure that everybody knows who's in charge of the squad. Gas cans again with their risk-reward strategy coming in, picking up some more kills.
I love the way that they were able to identify a team moving in, and even with such a wide split, they just condensed on towards that compound immediately. Cleaned up big. Got one player knocked, but luckily wasn't flushed out, as we do see Osastrapalos here. They're finally going to be opening up onto this fight with Knightley as the flashbang landing down from Nick. Two players left up from Knightley. It's going to be Fries and Nick. Flashbang coming out, but this is so rough if you're Knightley right now. You needed a big game. 2 kills so far, but only 2 players remaining. As it's coming down to a bit of a peak battle right here. Nick trying his best to get aggressive, but they're just running all around this Bronco. Nothing quite landed, and it might just come down to who runs out of ammo first. I think Nick identified this. 10 bullets left. He finishes off the job. Down goes Kovad, and Osastrapalos down in 15th now.
Oh, the Benny Hill music can finally stop. Everything can calm down for just a second. Looks like Old Times do have one of their members outside the zone, but should be able to regroup pretty well. We got STS, is still all their members up and strong, I believe, making the rotation point right now. So they're back over towards the west, and most of the other teams have kind of clustered back around Minas Generalis. We were talking about how that's probably going to be pretty popular, and back over towards the northeast. The reason for that is the hillsides provide a lot of opportunities, specifically foot rotations if they need to make a way through. There's a lot of little dips, trenches, rocks that you can kind of use for cover to make an approach that you don't get on some of those other angles. So with this, another center and back over towards Minas Generalis just means our edge teams are going to have to move more back in. STS, though, is in a pretty good spot. They have vision and could potentially do some work back over towards Fabled and other teams that might have to opt in playing towards the west.
Can I just point out right here, gas cans, they have the center zone, and yesterday they had an identical position, a near identical zone. They picked up a 15 kill chicken dinner. Could they potentially make it back-to-back wins here, as Honey Badger and Oldler's going to be working onto the top of the cliff? But we do see now Synergy Esports, they're going to be making a push in towards Duel. Danit doing his best to get up top, but I mean, the drive-bys, they're not going to slow down anytime soon. There's actually Randy takes down Sharpshot out of the vehicle now. Sharpshot getting flushed as well, but Randy is absolutely pinned. There's a crash down to the south, going to be doing some big damage. Down goes Randy. The smoke not going to be enough to save him now, as the rest of Synergy just going to be moving out of here immediately.
So there's a huge cluster of teams that are making a play back around where we're seeing the center point of this. Gascan still running their 2-2 split, but that could be a problem. Raven takes the shot back over towards SG. Going to connect with a little bit, enough to at least steer them away. But there's a lot of teams moving into back over towards south. Oldless goes down in a crossfired position. He's as good as dead from his point. And this is what we were talking about beforehand. When you have those high ground positions, it's great. But you need to have reinforcements to help you control these other angles and these low ground points. Gas cans have a great point back towards center, but they're still running this 2-2 split, hoping that maybe they can catch something on what's going on over towards the east, as multiple teams are starting to condense back in that point as well.
Yeah, we do see old times. They're trying their best to make the push, but Hello Senpai just going to be chilling behind this shack. Legro's been able to spot him out, deciding not to waste any utility, as I don't think Hello Senpai has the info on towards Legro, but he's getting more and more aggressive as the peak comes out. Legro has an idea. Big spray. Down goes Hello Senpai, but old times, they have a player knocked. They're going to try and get the res. We could potentially see another team third party onto this. Song Xing from Just Too Easy throwing down those Molotovs. If that was a frag, it might just have landed right there.
Oh, and here comes the push. This is going to be pretty wide open. Execs looks like he's already spotted it out. Just goes through. Quick peek around the hillside. There's not much to do inside of that one. Good use of terrain to really negate any shots coming through. Now just one left for old times. And it looks like Just Too Easy still on the hunt for everything around them. They know that there should be one member up. Spots out in the distance, trying to run away. No cover to work with. Makes the switch back over towards the DMR, but has to go for a reload. Lekro gets a moment of a reprieve to try to get away from this one, but it looks like the hunt still continues as everybody from Just Too Easy still trying to chase him down.
I mean, Just Too Easy. They have a full squad right now. Kodak's down on the south, making sure they don't get third party. So Song Xing is just able to give chase for a little bit. But let's not forget, Team Bliss over on the west could do some big damage over to this, as we see a bit of a hard shift over to the west here. All those Minas teams should be all right, but Lekro up on the north trying to survive. He gets spotted out, and Monty going to be able to clean that one up for Team Bliss.
So, with everything that's going on, that was a lot of time that was spent by Just trying to make the push back over there. So they're having to regroup, make a play back over. Do you note the fact that gas cans did move back down towards the south just a touch to provide a little bit more reinforcements? And I believe that, did we see Honey Badger? I know Honey Badger did not get the res back over towards Old Bliss, so they're still 3 men up. Crash is going to be making an approach back over towards this. You can see T8's making a push back over towards the west, trying to probably wrap back around, which again could put him back over next to Systematicos. The cluster is still all around Minos, though. So with T8 choosing to stop at this point, they're potentially putting themselves out of compete against a lot of teams. Honey Badger, now the last one in this position for gas cans, trying to get a couple of shots, does connect with enough, but has to drop back down to his belly to try to get some meds up as well. Here comes the next reposition. As you can see, our shift coming back over. The rest of the gas cans don't have an angle to provide any form of support.
This is the danger when you run these gas cans split. They can be very risky, but I mean, at least if Badger goes down, Nikos and Adam are in a very good position, as Nikos taking some shots over towards Pippa, and it looks like a Crash going to be making a push. Low-key moving down the hill on towards this, goes for the seed swap on towards Song. Oh no, actually, Song Xing going to be going down. Monty getting traded out in return, as now Team Bliss, they have 4 players up. Wooly eliminated for duel. Low-key doing his best to drive in, but the rest of Team Bliss over on the west wanting to put a stop to that. They eliminate him, but now, I mean, Team Bliss, they're trying to get the res over on towards Monty. I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough, as Nidium pulls out down below. He hits the spray over on towards Heifer, and now Team Bliss, there's only 2 players left up. They can attempt to hold out Just Too Easy, but they have to be careful of Fable down to the southwest.
I think he cut the engine and just silently rolled that down the hill. That's how come nobody pulled off of the res. Beautiful play coming in there to pick up another one. Bliss, looking back up towards the hillside, knows exactly where Just is positioning that, but the Blues coming in, starting to do a pretty decent amount of damage to Just. They have to figure out how they want to make their approach. To the south, they've got SG. Over towards the west, they've got Bliss, but keep in mind, we do have a little bit of a reposition coming in, as Fable is starting to take a look back over towards Bliss's position as well. And so with this, have to be very, very careful on every single time they go for any shots back over towards it. Now just one up for Bliss, and it's going to be Rain trying to get something out of this, but it's going to be the continued hunt back around. It's going to be Fable trying to hunt down the last couple of kills off in that position. He's going to have to be very, very careful as Rain looks like he's trying to separate away from it. Still just trying to find a position to play. Pumps back over into SG. Good shot's going to connect back over towards one of them. Pippa, now the last one up.
Fisher going out. He's flushed out as well. Nidium with a big knock there. Let's not forget Kodak over on the east. Nidium gets taken out by Pippa now, as Kodak just moving away. He's going to try and hit the 3x spray on towards Pippa. It can't quite land. A minute until zone starts to move, so he has to be careful with how he takes this fight. The flush coming out, but actually Adam from long range takes down Synergy, as Nico's taking down Dodge as well. And Gas Can's picking up even more kills off this game, and no players really inside this circle outside of Fabled.
So with the position that we're looking at right now, do you know that we have Honey Badger still in that high ground point, but it's no longer inside of zone. Crush is back over towards the east. Back down to the south of that, we have the last remaining member for Nightly. That's going to be Nick. Veritas also going to be making an approach back over towards the north. So you can see that Crush was trying to make a play back over here towards this, try to get a little bit more information. Take out who's been thorn in their side for so long, but they cannot find Honey Badger. Honey Badger now in a very difficult position has to decide, do I just choose to die here? Because that could be an intelligent choice that he opts into doing to try to protect his teammates.
Yep, and I mean, Honey Badger has to put that fight up against Kresh now as they're going to be over on the eastern side. Let's take a listen to a Kresh and see how they are doing.
Quiser o crash o carro, velho.
Passa tirando a mira.
Calma. Pode ser também. Tá?
Pode ter cara close. Ficou entre as casinhas. Cuidado com o close da esquerda aí, velho. Vamos crashar dois mira, dois.
Nossa, tem na esquerda, no meu ping, no meu esquerda aí, no azul.
Nossa, na ponta do morro aqui, velho.
Esmoca tudo e caixa pela direita. Não, esmoca tudo campão, caixa pela direita. Vamos crashar de carro, vamos crashar de carro. Só esmoca isso aí, pega o carro e crasha, velho.
O carro tá explodindo, velho.
Só vai ter que ser o carro.
Mas tem que ser.
Pera, não liga ainda. Vai ter que crashar direita, tá? Vai ter que crashar direita.
Eu sei, vai a pé.
Tá, vai.
Direita, vai direita.
Ele deixou a gente, cuidado, ele deixou.
Vai casinha comigo. Boa.
Ok, ele.
Ok, um é só mais um.
Mano, acho que o Rony é perto ainda.
Ah, ele é o de cima, né?
É, o da pedra.
Tá longe.
Só clica. Vou tentar matar ele, o Rony Bert.
Achei morreu. Eu manjo.
So with this, 2 of the members for Gas Cans have now gone down. Just 1 Honey Badger still in that difficult position. Looking back down the hillside, does manage to spot out Veritas, but it's also going to be with some assistance from T8 off on the other angle. Keep in mind, you're going to have to keep an eye on how he opts into moving down this because a jump down is near on suicide with Veritas just waiting there for something to happen. Looks back down the hillside, spots out Dietrich trying to get shots back and forth. Does not connect enough to get the down onto it. Now he's got the blue back down behind him. No options in front of him except for just to try to get the shot, but can't quite connect onto it. The smoke finally does manage to connect, but he's going to jump to his death. And there we go. Gas Cans are eliminated. New circle's going to pop, and it's going to be right on top of T8, Fabled, and STS.
Honey Badger there, realizing he was out of ammo, he just decides to drop down. He did get a nice knock. This could give a Kresh the opening, but we do see Systematicos now. They start to open up on towards Innate as they get the opening knock on towards Fable, but T8 in the middle, they definitely don't want to let this fight unfold without having a say in it. They want to pick up some kill points out of it as well, but Hella landing a really well-placed nade over on towards T8 right now, as they're all just going to be boosting up, ready for this fight, trying to use that hard cover to their advantage. Zella with an insane 3x spray over on towards Greg Shot. Rain going to be going down as the final player for Blizz. 6 teams remaining. Innate trying to take that aim battle. Hella off to the side. Takes down Zella. 2 players left up here from T8 is going to be Steezy and Detonator. And Systematico's going to be trying to make a push from the south, but just taking the time for the time being.
T8 is pincered on 2 different points and still managed to get a couple of kills, getting a couple of knocks as they go. And looks like they might even be getting a present from heaven as well, as it's going to be a nice drop for a crate. With this, Kresh has started to make a move back over towards position, and it's going to be right up back behind Fabled. Veritas, long-range shots back over towards STS. So with this, a little bit of a calm has happened, and T8 has a moment to catch their breath as they know that they have enemies in danger close positions around them, but still just trying to sort it out. With them taking a breath to get a breather, well, them taking a breath to get a breather. I'm good with words right now. Them taking a breath, you're going to see that STS is now starting to get into a position. Look back over towards Fable at the exact same moment that a Kresh is coming up back behind this. So now a firefight's about to break out on multiple angles. All the teams stacked up towards the north except for Veritas.
Yeah, we do see the opening knock come out from Greg Shot as Detonator getting taken down as well. That leaves Steezy as the last one up from T8, but for the time being, we'll focus on this fight with a Kresh. Gazira getting taken down by Innate right there as King gonna try and return the fire. He's the last one up. 9 kills already for a Kresh right now as Innate finishes off the job. Down go a Kresh. We're into our top 4. Steezy still as a solo 48. Veritas opening up on towards Systematicos from the top of the hill as down goes Steezy, just trying to play it slow. He's eliminated. Tac 8 down in 4th, and I mean, it's kind of a stalemate for the time being until this next zone pops. I can't imagine many real big fights coming out.
Veritas coming in from the south. They hear what's going on. They know that they have an angle, and they're making an approach right up back behind Fabled's positioning. With this, Michael's got a high ground advantage back over towards Greg's shot. Hasn't quite spotted it out exactly. Greg has an idea that something could be coming up from back behind him, but hasn't quite localized where Veritas is going to be making the play towards. While this little bit of a distraction is going on, Systematico is moving just a touch closer towards Fabled's position as well. Greg's shot finally spots out Michael. Goes for the spray, but the tree is going to provide enough cover for him to retreat from. With this, Greg now goes for a little bit of a do-si-do around the rock. Maybe get something out of it, but D-Treats has got a little bit of support. Trying to get some grenades thrown back over onto that angle as well, and the circle pops! No one is inside of it. Systematico has the first run back over towards position. You can see instantly 2 of their members retreating back towards that point. Veritas knows that they have to commit towards this fight with Fable. They need to take them down, but now Systematico is starting to have an angle back over towards Veritas as well.
Yeah, and Fabled here, they have a long way to push in. Veritas and Systematico should be able to hold them out, but never say never in PUBG. As Fabled, they picked up 6 kills already this game. They're definitely looking to try and add to it. They're flashing over. They just don't have the info on exactly where Systematicos are going to be, as for the time being, D-Treat's just trying his best to pop the tires on that vehicle to get an angle on towards Casa Grande. He knows where he's going to be. And Veritas, you have to bear in mind, they're a 2-man. They should be playing this cautious. D-Treat's looked like he wanted to move down the hill, instead deciding to play at the top and hold out Fabled instead. Innate going for the heal, and I think this is the point now where Fabled have to start getting aggressive, which appears to be the case as the flashbangs coming over here from T-Stop. Ribeiro going to be getting spotted out. The spray not quite landing as Andre with big shots on towards them. It's actually going to be Ribeiro that finishes the job on towards Greg. Casagrande taking out T-Stop down as well. Michael starting to get involved. Innate's out. Down go Fabled, but Veritas, they got an opening knock on towards Systematicos, and now it's down to a 2v1.
They're running up the hillside. They now have the inside track back behind this. Casagrande is still kind of caught up and looking on what's going on, trying to feed over a little bit more information. Look at the reposition from Veritas. They know the approach that we're going to have to see Systematicos try to go for. Ribeiro trying to look back over, spots out Michael, trying to get a couple of shots, does not connect. With this reposition, both up and active members for Systematico are no longer inside the safe zone. Veritas has stepped forward, managed to get control over that. Casagrande is trying to crawl forward, feed over some information to his teammates to give them something to work with. Ribeiro trying to make a little bit of a play back over towards it, spots out Michael's reposition just narrowly, I think. And so with this, realizes he might have an opportunity to go for a res. We're going to see a little bit of assistance coming back down. Smoke's going up the high side of the hill. Michael looks like he's trying to move into a little bit more of an aggressive position, but it's going to be D-Treats on the outside of it that might find an angle to work with. Both of them just caught up in a contain and compress situation, but Casagrande does get res. Shots go back over towards him, and no! It's going to be a quick spin coming back over from Michael. Looking back over towards Ribeiro, gets a knock back over towards one. Casagrande has to try to get his meds up, but does not have the time to work with. Casagrande now bouncing around the top of this hillside, near on no smoke, getting pincered from 2 different points. Good push coming up from Veritas, and there is nowhere for Systematico to go. 6 kills and a round victory going to be going over towards Veritas.
A beautiful win coming out there from Team Veritas. We've seen them playing so well so far tonight, but they haven't been able to secure that chicken dinner, and finally getting it in the last game of the evening. That's got to be an awesome achievement for them. But let's not forget a crash. We gave a good listening onto their comms earlier. They were able to pick up 9 kills, 7 assists. Very impressive indeed, especially with that compound crash coming out. I think we will be able to get an interview coming out on and only Keenan.
That was huge.
Oh, here he is.
What's up?
Just
Keenan.
jumping in with the huge. You're right,
Yeah,
Keenan.
yeah.
It was huge. How are you feeling, buddy?
Chilling. Had a pretty rough start to the day, but Miramar kind of salvaged everything for us.
So my question to you is, all right, we're playing at home. You guys just had yourselves a big win.
Yeah.
How mad are the neighbors at how loud your comms have been?
Actually, it's really cold here in Canada, so I have a very well insulated room, so the noise doesn't travel too far. But I think I woke my dog up a couple times. She's giving me the dirty looks on the bed.
Thank goodness, because I've heard you casting those scrims, and I can't imagine living next door.
Yeah, it's you gotta bring the energy.
I mean, you definitely pulled that off, and you transfer that over to your play as well, because an absolutely insane game coming out from you guys. We listened into your comms a few games ago, and we saw you guys, playing super aggressive, playing really confident, working really well as a unit. And it feels like so far tonight, you've been so close to those chicken dinners, and now you're finally able to secure one. How does that feel, getting it in the last game of the evening?
I mean, it's nice, kind of monkey off the back. It's not like necessarily like the all-star lobby of all time, and I think we're one of the better teams in the lobby. So we have pretty high expectations for ourselves in terms of what we should be doing. So it's just, I don't know, nice to get a win. We had a rough start again, like a little couple misplays on Aaron Gill and some wild stuff happening to us. But yeah, we bounced back.
I mean, great performance coming in from there. Whenever we saw the circle shift to where nobody was inside of it,
Yeah.
what like did you guys realize that that was your opportunity? Because we saw you guys starting to encroach back up and behind the third party, what was going on. But once that happened, it seemed like you guys just moved in and instantly locked the door on anybody else coming into that zone.
Yeah, I think either C2 or C3 close was a bit of a hard shift up towards Minas, and at that point, you know, you have those big rocks in the middle that are going to dictate like the force zone due to the lane ratio and stuff like that. So we had Minas like on the high ground controlled pretty early on, and then once it shifted northwest, it was actually the same zone as one of the games yesterday that Gas Cans won. And Gas Cans again are playing at Azhar, so they're on the same spot that they were in yesterday. And Honey Badger is going to be up on the top rock in Narnia, like farming ADR up there with a suppressed SLR. So we kind of were just like biding our time until he had to get off those rocks, and we saw his team in a fight, and then we just kind of moved up towards zone. We knew that we'd have the south control because he can pretty much just turret and keep everything clear from up there. So then once his team died, we just kind of took his spot, and he like jumped off a rock and died behind us, and then you know we played it out from there.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very, you know, standard game of PUBG coming out from you guys. You didn't just WK in. Once you had that good position, you played it slow. You kind of worked in with the zone rather than just going straight in right at the start. You took note of Honey Badger up at the top. You know, you were able to kind of hold him out for as long as he can. And then, you know, as a two-man towards the end, how do you approach those situations where there's only two players standing, yet there's two more squads fighting, and you have to somehow turn that game in your favor?
I mean, going into the late game there, we lost me and Jazza a little bit unfortunately. I tried to make like a little bit of a foolish cross on a spot and had no smokes and just got absolutely lasered. Pretty much the same for Jazza in the early game. And so we got into the late game. I think we got a little fortunate that nobody really wanted to push towards our area. Like everybody else just decided to fight for the stronger spots. And we were kind of on like the southern side of the circle with not a lot of cover, but nobody really wanted to kill us for it. So we were only a two-man, but we were able to just shoot at everything. And then once Fabled started fighting on the northeastern edge, we just pushed up, grabbed a lot of control. And then they were, I don't know if they were scared to go towards us or they just wanted to take a fight on the north, but then they pushed into the north team, so we just got a free third party. And D-Treats and Mike are very good at the game, so you give them a chance like that and they'll win it most of the times.
No banter intended in this question.
Yep.
But I keep noticing that Michael is the first guy to die in the squad, but he's not always necessarily the scout. Are you guys just putting him into aggressive positions, or what's happening with that?
I don't know. A little bit is unfortunate. Like we had the compound crash where I silent cut up a team above a team, and then I knock one, and we know it's only two, so we all crash in, and Mike just gets ratted as soon as he jumps out of his car. So that's more just unlucky there. There was a couple spots where Mike is a very independent player, so like a lot of times, like when it comes to like calling, like I'll be more so microing like Jazza and D-Treats, less so than Mike. So sometimes Mike will be split away from the team, and you know sometimes you just get caught off and you die first, and it's unfortunate, but you know there's also perks to it, and I think it was a bit of an outlier today.
Yeah, I was just curious. It was just something.
Yeah.
I love you, Michael. Don't hate me for this. I'm willing to bet there's gonna be a clip and it's gonna be dropped in somewhere. Somebody's gonna have me like, you don't like Michael anymore, bro?
It was funny in that first game. They were listening to our comms, and I was trying to get like the team to push onto the high ground to kill the Shack team. And Mike was in a spot. I was like, "Can you come to us, Mike?" And he's like, "No, I'm good. I'm gonna live." And like literally 2 seconds later, he's just dead. I was like, "Oh, okay, unlucky." And Take was living the prone life there next to him.
I think we were actually on his perspective from whenever that happened, so you can feel free to let him know that.
Yeah, he saw it. We got a good laugh out of it.
Yeah, but I mean, Keenan, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on that final chicken dinner of the evening. But I think it is time for us to go. Thank you so much for joining us. It was awesome. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for us tonight. It was 5 games. Before we go, I do want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors. First of all, Twire.gg for hooking up all the leaderboards. You haven't got to see all their lovely leaderboards tonight just because, unfortunately, the PUBG API is down. And obviously, if the PUBG API is down, their code can't read anything, unfortunately. So unfortunate there, but hopefully we'll have that fixed at least by, you know, next week, hopefully by tomorrow. Apologies about that again, but Twire, they are an awesome company. They provide the leaderboards for pretty much every tournament that runs at the moment. Without them, the PUBG scene wouldn't be half of what it is. And it feels like every single day that I log into Twire, I see new tournaments being added. And it's awesome that they support tournaments. You know, they provide awesome tools for players as well. If you ever want to like go back and analyze your games, they are super useful in that regard. You can see detailed stats from all of the major events that are taking part. So thank you so much to Twire, and shout out to Trisha because she is in these calls every day until about 5 a.m. her time, just making sure that, or at least trying to get everything working properly. So huge shout out to them. Of course, not forgetting Fred Hutch, an awesome cancer research charity that, I mean, they do so much in terms of cancer research. They've been doing a lot towards COVID research, helping with vaccination efforts, helping get the research out for there. And I mean, they are absolutely awesome. 303 have set a goal for the end of the year. We are aiming to raise $25,000 by the end of 2021. So if you guys want to support that effort and help out an awesome organization, please do me a favor. Go down to the donate button down below. All donations will be going directly to Fred Hutch. They are awesome. Please help them out. It means so much to us if you are able to. And finally, not forgetting, I mention this all the time, but 303, we are not just a tournament organizer. We are also a gaming esports organization. So thank you to all of our standard sponsors who are there every day, helping us out, supporting us. Stintsbill and Glitch Energy, huge shout out to those guys. It means so much, your continued support. But ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, unfortunately, because of the PUBG API issues, we're not going to be able to get the leaderboard for you right now. Hopefully it'll be fixed by tomorrow, but we can't make any promises, obviously. So that is going to be it for us. Thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, I think we will see you guys next time. See you tomorrow. Same place, same time tomorrow. Later.